God, God Lord, my joke's killing me. Hey, it's me, fine amazing. Oh my god, it's been a while since I last streamed. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. A lot of things has happened in life, but mostly it's not that too serious. I just been really busy in my life. Oh wait, hold on. I've been like mumbling more than usual. Hold on. But yeah, there's a lot of things in my personal life and work life. Nothing too serious and whatnot. But yeah, not really much for me to say other than like the my Twitter account that I use to like tell you guys when I'm streaming and such. Also, I sometimes like repost like my favorite artists and whatnot. But I got suspended because they thought that I was a bot. I already applied a appeal to like tell them like, oh hey, I'm not a bot. I'm just a normal person using like Twitter as it's intended. I'm not doing botting activities or anything. But like yeah, so because of that, it became a case of like, well, I guess the only time for me to tell you guys when I'm gonna stream is literally just through the about page on Twitch. I guess I just had to settle with that for now. So like yeah, that's like enough of my rambles. Like I promised to you guys before, we're just gonna play some Seven Pirates, maybe like an hour or two of it, and then afterwards we'll go back to Fairy Fencer, finish up that dirt playthrough that I'm doing right now. I need to try to remember what I stopped at last time, so I'm able to like do the steps properly again, so I don't like miss anything and whatnot. But like yeah, but for now, let's just like have some fun with some Genkai, Toki, Seven Pirates, and such. Or even have a setup on Blue Sky account or use YouTube community posts. I'll probably use the YouTube community posts since, my VOD channel's already been made. I'll probably use that instead. But also, hey Shings, long time no see. How are you? How are you? For Blue Sky, I have no interest in partaking in it. Mostly because like I don't really find it that interesting for me to make an account there to begin with. So I'll just rely on the YouTube community posts instead. So yeah, that's all. I'm just gonna use the Twitch about page and the YouTube community post to like I guess tell you guys when I'm able to stream and not. But like yeah. But hey Shing, since you're here, we get to play some Seven Pirates. I did promise you I did promise you this game back when I like did the anniversary and I let you and Ruto choose between like PlayStation 3 or Seven Pirates, and since it was like an even split, I'm like, okay, let's just do PlayStation 3 first and then Seven Pirates later. Hey, you're finally here to see some good old Seven Pirates and whatnot. But yeah, um, enough of my rambles. I'll just set up the game right now, and then we can just watch like the opening. I won't talk during it, so I'll just like bump the volume up so you guys just hear the opening and such, and then I'll bump the volume down as I'm like going through the settings, and then we start the game and such. But yeah, all right, just let me get my controller. I need to make sure everything's plugged in, and we should be good. Actually, that's more louder than I expected. My bad.
一度ボリがそれが答えさ Please OK 大丈夫だから Break the ice どんな場面でもきっとやればできるやればできるはずさ限界突起セブンパイレーツ
Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I didn't expect the artists for like Seven Dragons to be like the artists for this game. Like, I actually looked through the credits because I did play this in like my spare time, like off stream in my own personal account. And when I was like looking through the credits, I literally saw the artist's name and I was like, wait, that's the Seven Dragons artist. So, well, I don't remember what gender the artist was. Let's just go with she for now. I'm actually surprised that she did art for this game. And it kind of clicked with me because I looked at some of the characters and I went like, this chibi art looks familiar to me. Like, this looks like an art style that I've seen before. I just couldn't point out where. And then I found out that, yeah, it was the Seven Dragons artist. But yeah, let's just go through the settings real fast. I'll see what you write down, Shinx. Just let me do this real fast. That sounds fine. Let's see. Genkai Toki FYI. Wait, sorry, FTW. We also agreed to let Glex and Eri choose the game if one of them is here. Yeah, I don't mind. Because it's been like a while since I last streamed. And I know for a fact I'm about to be done with Fairy Fencer soon. So because of that, I went like, well, at that point, I'm pretty much free to go whatever direction I want. Like, I was debating between, sorry if my voice sounds a little, like, not there. I'm like eating some fruits right now. Hold on. So I was debating between let me type it in for you. So, you know, it's essentially the options I've been like thinking about for a while. So like one of them let me make sure I'm typing this correctly. Hold on. Slow down. Hold on. There we go. I think I spelled everything right. So yeah, so those are like the options I was thinking of. Because at first I went like, should I do more like Mega Man games? But then I thought about like how some of the games were a little glitchy, so I probably need to like test those things out off stream, so I would be able to like run those a lot better. So I took that out of the menu, and I thought about like, what about Inti Creates games? And I thought to myself like, how would I handle that? Like if it's a story stream, then you're probably gonna see me like, you know, not perform like I usually do in like gunboat and shit. I'll just be like taking my time to like show all the dialogue and whatnot. I'm not even sure if I will be able to like how I word hold myself back from like not trying to like high rank the level and whatnot. But at the same time, you have games like Galgun, which I think that is a nice cleanser. Oh wait, I should add Galgun in there. Or Galgun. There we go. There you go, Shanks. Another option for the Galgun series. And whatnot. But yeah, I was like kind of debating about those name streams. It's mostly because my brain is like, I'm not sure if I'm gonna have like the will to like stream a long RPG series, or should I just go like screw it, I'll just do it sort of thing. But for now, I feel like my brain's like, I don't know, it's kind of mushy from like all the things I have to do in my personal life. So because of that, I kind of had to like go with either platformers, rail shooters, or like compile hard games. And whatnot. Like those are like the things I've been thinking about, Shanks. Those are like the ones I was thinking about. Oh, it's a Dreamer Options resume. Oh yeah, Star Ocean 1. I need it. Yeah, I do need to continue Final Fantasy 2 because I've been like grinding for, I forgot the name they use for that spell in that game, but it's MP Drain, Shanks. So there's a spell in Final Fantasy 2 that I want to get copies of, and that the only way you can get them is through enemy drops. And I want to get them as early as possible because it's a really good spell in Final Fantasy 2, since that game is really powerful with its magic. So you really want MP Drain. And whatnot. So yeah. Because of that, I've been like grinding that off stream. But also, I fucking hate how like the encounter for the enemy that drops it is piss low in like the dungeon that they first appear in. I get that they're supposed to be like mid to late game encounters, but at the same time, it's like they give you literally 2 dungeons in the first half that has these enemies that drop it. So it makes me go like, I'd rather just grind it out at that point. I want these spells available ASAP because I know that I'm going to do the Souls of Dawn like epilogue campaign that's in Final Fantasy 2 since I'm playing like the PSP version and whatnot. So yeah, I want to do that. So I really need MP Drain because it's gonna help me a lot in the long run and whatnot. And for Disgaea series, I don't know. When it comes to Nippon Ichi software games, I feel like a majority of them, you're probably gonna see me just not continue the story and just literally dedicate like my time just grinding my heart out. Because I noticed that most people who do stream Disgaea games, they tend to like just go from story event over story event. Maybe they may dedicate like 1 or 2 like grinding streams, but I don't know. I feel like that doesn't work with me, since when it comes to like not only Disgaea but Nippon Ichi software games in general, their games literally encourage you to grind like non-stop. Like you're literally min and maxing all the time. You're not gonna like spend any time like progressing through the story because you're too busy just like trying to min and max in the early game. so that you're able to do it more easily in the late game to post game content. But because of that, I went like, yeah, I don't think anyone wants to see me like grind this non-stop in Disgaea, because I barely progressed in the story because of that. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like the only game I'd probably be fine with, like, I guess streaming from like Nippon Ichi Software's catalog would probably be like the Labyrinth games, mostly because I feel like those games are a lot more you don't have to grind. How I word it, you're not encouraged to grind too much in the early game. It is a viable option and it does help out in the long run. It's just that in terms of the normal difficulty, you're not going to be doing it that much. It's only when you start min and maxing when you're doing it. And whatnot. But what other Nippon Ichi Software game I feel like doesn't really do that? Maybe like Magi Kingdom. That one I also felt like I didn't grind too much, because that one's like, I didn't really have to grind too much in that one. I don't think Phantom Brave I did grind in that one. I'm trying to think of like another Nippon Ichi Software game that I didn't really did a lot of grinding in. Probably the Prinny games, the Prinny spin-off games. I don't think you don't really technically have to grind in those games. They're platformers and whatnot. Yeah, I don't remember I have to grind in that game. I just remember just playing through that game like just trying my best not to like get killed often. Also, those games were fun. I love those games. The Prinny games were awesome. Let's see, first to last, resume Star Ocean 1, Galga and Blaster Master replacement. Replacement. Then Bunny Garden, another one. Super Mario RPG, resume Final Fantasy, IF/Compile Heart. Yeah, I guess that's like a decent listing so far. For Super Mario RPG, I probably just play like the original on Super Nintendo. I didn't buy the remake, mostly because I'm not gonna pay like literally $60 for it. I went up Bunny Garden, like Shanes, we can actually do that anytime. I have the game. And everything. Although, I wonder if it runs well on my laptop. Maybe we can test that out after like 7 Pirates. And yeah, we can like test it out. And then after we test it out, we can just go back to like Fairy Fencer F so I can finish my third playthrough. And whatnot. But yeah. Let's see what other games for Galgun. I'll definitely start with the first game. Like I know as much as I praise like Double Peace because that's like my favorite Galgun game, I want to play the first game first and just like show everything about that game, because the first game very charming. I really like the first game. It's not like my favorite compared to 2, but I feel like the first game was such a strong like impression of the franchise. Like it does a really good job at being like, you know, oh yeah, this is what the series is about. This is how we're gonna like do things for it and how it's gonna change in the future and such, you know, that sort of thing. It's like a really good first game is what I'm trying to say. And why not? And then we go to Double Peace. That game that game's awesome. And then you have Galgun 2, which I have mixed feeling towards. It's mostly because that game was made to be like a VR game, but you could technically play it like a first-person shooter. with like a controller or with your mouse and such. But at the same time, I'm like, it's a VR though. It's a VR game. It's better to play that with like a VR headset. But I don't have that shit. So we're just gonna play that the different method. For Blaster Master, oh boy, I can like literally go on days talking about that one. Like for Blaster Master, we're gonna start with the NES version, but the Japanese, I'll only show the intro and the ending for the English version. And the reason why is because I didn't like how the English version handled the difficulty. More specifically, the continue system. Because in Japan, you're given unlimited continues. Which to me, I'm like, okay, that's fair, given that the game is kind of a, like an early version of a Metroidvania. So it makes sense that you're given unlimited continues, and there is a bit of a save system of sorts and whatnot. But the English version did not do that. The English version only gave you 2 continues, and that's it. You can't replenish it. There's no extra ones. So because of that, if you're playing the English version, you're literally given only 2 continues, and if you lose all of that, you have to restart from scratch. Which I think is fucking bullcrap. And I get why they did it was because the whole, oh, in the West, we want to like make these games harder so kids will like rent the game over and over again and whatnot. Compared to Japan, where video game rental is not allowed because of the law. So kids have to like, buy the game and such. And also I feel like most of the time, the Japanese version of games that get like an English release, they tend to be the more well-balanced version. And I prefer that more than like a game that's like artificially difficult. Or they have to like, artificially increase the difficulty in a bullshittery way, which is unfortunately a lot of cases for a lot of NES and Super Nintendo games that goes from like Japan to the West. There are exceptions, however, but I feel like that's the case for most of them and such. So yeah, that's like a lot to like ramble about. You find the English patch JP version or the EN ROM hack of Blaster Master 1. I'll probably use the Switch Online service streams. The one where you can play like a collection of any NES games. But we're just gonna go through the Famicom like section instead of like the NES section. Alright, let me adjust something. What? It didn't set that? Hold on. Yeah, we want the rumble. But yeah, what was I saying, Shinx? Oh yeah, I'll probably just use like the Nintendo Switch Online library thing, where you have like a specific collection of games and such, from like Famicom all the way up to like random consoles and everything. I'll probably just use that instead, and it's more convenient, and also I have my Switch setup and everything, so it's like much easier for me to do that. If I did go with the whole like fan patching and such, then I do have to like change some wirings and I have to like unconnect some things, which it's gonna take a bit for me. So I'd rather just go with something more convenient that I already set up to begin with. So like yeah, but I will do it for Blaster Master 2 because that one was literally only on Sega Genesis, but it was canceled, so I can only play that through ROMs. And then you have Blaster Master Enemy Below on the original Game Boy. That one we can just play on my Switch, Shanks. So there's no reason for me to like, you know, get around for that. There is Blaster Master Blasting Away on PlayStation 1. That one I can either go with my quote-unquote legal method, or we can play that one on my PlayStation 3, since I do have the game inside my PlayStation 3 right now. So we can just do that method instead. Also, I'd rather use like a PlayStation controller, to be honest, if I'm playing like a PlayStation 1 game. I'd rather use that instead. And whatnot, but yeah. What other ones? Oh yeah, so Jinx for Blaster Master Zero trilogy. That one we're playing on the Switch. And the reason why is because I actually own a physical copy of the Blaster Master Zero trilogy complete edition. Well, I don't think it's called complete edition. It's literally just called like trilogy collection. Where to justify the fact that you are essentially buying a trilogy set that's already cheap to download digitally. You don't have to buy it physically. So to justify them, you know, making a physical release of the Zero trilogy with all the DLC and everything, they decided to add voice acting for all 3 games, and it's really good. Like, I do like the voice performances in the physical copy of the Blaster Master Zero trilogy. But because of that, Shanks, I'd rather play that instead of just like, you know, playing the regular digital version that doesn't have any voice acting. And when I want you guys to have the voice acting because I love the voice actors in it. Wait, hold on. I don't like cough. And whatnot, but like, yeah, that's like a good chunk of my ramble Shanks. And whatnot. But yeah, let's see. Guess you got a 1-year job since last week and also switched to now. Hey Joe, long time no see. How are ya? Congrats, dude. I'm glad that you're able to like get a job and also switch to. That's amazing. That means you're able to make more money and you can afford more like leisure readings. Just hold on. Let me give you a shout out because I know you stream. All right, there you go. I would say. Yeah, now I need to make sure I sleep properly, dude. I can relate. I feel like there are times where I do forget to like sleep. And I'm like, oh, it's fine. I can like stay up like an hour or two, only for me to realize that it fucks up my sleep schedule and whatnot. And because of that, I come to work just feeling more drowsy than usual. I'm just like, god damn it, I forgot I have work at like 8. And whatnot. Well, granted, I do work like usually, well, not usually. It's more flexible when it comes to my work schedule because I mostly do things like on the computer. But even still, I do have to like wake up at certain times to like get the assignment. Let's see. I'm actually pretty awake during the morning and day. It's more that streaming takes up. Wait, hold on. Let me. It's more that streaming that's affected. Oh, okay. So you're just fine in the mornings. It's just that when it comes to stream, you're like, oh shit, I need to make sure I have time for that. Oh yeah, since I finished all the entries since last month, we'll see whatever the next Xenoblade game that's not on Switch one. Oh yeah, sooner or later, like, yeah, there are gonna be like new consoles, and then the Xenoblade games are probably gonna be in those new Nintendo consoles as well. I forgot about that. I'm just so used to just playing Switch because that's been like my go-to Nintendo console ever since that it came out. Like, I feel like I play my Switch more often than like PlayStation 4 and like my laptop. Like, I don't know, it's just more convenient. It's kind of like back in the day when I was playing like my DS and 3DS. Like, it's just more convenient for me to like take on the go and play, and I end up spending more time with it. Also, PSP. I can never forget the PSP. That one is like a good chunk of my childhood as well. And Vita. Now, I don't know. It's not like until I stream on the evening I get drowsy. That's why sleeping property will be extra important now. Oh, I see. So it's kind of like that then. Gotcha. Hey, Glenn. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the alert. Was it also Joe ready for the Final Fantasy VII Remake Trilogy soon to be released on Switch 2? I'm planning on playing Part 3 on PlayStation 5. Oh yeah, they did announce that. I completely forgot about that. I feel like because of Square taking their sweet ass time, just remaking Final Fantasy VII like disc by disc. I mean, they literally spent like 2 games to remake the first disc. So we're barely scratching the surface at that point. But like, yeah, I don't know. When I saw like the whole new Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3, I guess, it's like, okay, how long is it going to be? Like, how much of Disc 2 are they going to adapt in this game? Is it gonna be the full thing? Because I know Disc 2 is pretty short and whatnot, but like, I don't know. Knowing them, they're probably gonna divide that into like, I don't know, 2 parts or something. Because they have to like flex the whole like, oh look, it's high HD graphics, it's open worldish. And whatnot. Like, I don't know. I feel like Square nowadays kind of this not really a fan of their catalog anymore. I love their older games. Now it's confirmed to be the final entry. Like, are you serious? So they're just gonna combine Disc 2 and Dread together, essentially. Instead of taking their like their sweet ass time, just to okay, gotcha. Let's see, and the new Gundam entry looked like it's an absolute banger too. It's confirmed ever since part 1 that it'll only be 3 parts. Oh, okay. So it's kind of weird that they literally spend like 2 parts just to remake the first disc. And then for part 3, they just combine Disc 2 and Dread together for some reason. Like, to me, that's just odd. It's like, I feel like it's gonna be rushed to an extent. If you're just mashing like 2 discs together to be like 1 disc. Well, to be fair, in OG, didn't this 2 and 3 have as much story content as 1? 2 and 3 are pretty lengthy in terms of like some of the things you can do with them. If we're talking about in terms of like cutscenes and such, it's like probably on par. But at the same time, there's like a lot of side content you can do with them as well. So it's kind of like evens out at that point. So because of that, it's a case of like, I don't know. Even if you were to like combine the 2 discs together, you're still gonna have some form of a pacing issue if you want to try to like make sure it's like a streamless line. You're still gonna try to, you still need to try to figure out how to make sure everything works properly at the end. And also I honestly don't know how they're gonna handle like some sequences in the history when I'm like thinking about it every. But like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I still feel like it's kind of like odd that they did that. I'm like kind of afraid that they're gonna rush it because of that. Was it part 3 will also have a class system? Oh yeah, I remember seeing that. Not sure how I feel about that. Because I feel like the whole point of 7 is that everyone can just be any role you want them to be. There's not like a dedicated class system. Like, sure, you could make the argument that like some characters have stats that are like leaning towards a certain archetype. But at the same time, it's like you can still make that person into a different role if you want them to. It still works, given how flexible the mantra system, or not mantra, the materia system is like. Like, it's a lot flexible, I would say. Also, I still find it funny that it is easy for you to miss some materials if you don't know where to poke around. And whatnot. But that's besides the point. But anyway, it is interesting that they are adding a class system, and I'm not really sure how they're gonna handle it. I wonder if it's gonna be similar to how jobs work in general, or is it gonna be like kind of a different thing compared to those? Vincent's mechanic is also interesting. Oh yeah, I mean, I know Vincent's whole shtick is that he transforms into like popular monsters from like horror movies for his limit breaks, and you can't control him at all. It's like automatic and whatnot. I know that they kind of retooled it in like the spin-off games for 7, where, you know, there's a service, it's literally just like transformation where you can play as like a monster and you actually control him instead of just letting the AI do it for you. And whatnot. So I'm assuming for Revelation, they're probably gonna make his transformations more pilotable, but you actually control it, sort of thing. Because if they did like the original method, I don't think most people will be like, oh man, there's no point in using Vincent because I can't control him like I can do with the other characters in this like pseudo action RPG version of Final Fantasy VII. So like, I'm assuming that if they want to make him more, I guess, playable, I would say, then yeah, they would probably make his monster forms more like, you know, you actually have the option to control it, like you can actually influence it and such, which I'm assuming is what you wrote down. And whatnot. Let's see, other party members can pilot Vincent's monster form and that affects what he does. Oh, so yeah, you are technically controlling him. You're just riding the guy. No, why not? Okay. I guess so. I guess that works. No, why not? Also, we get to see the reveal of Tifa in Street Fighter 6. Oh, yeah. I did saw that one too. The only exposure Street Fighter 6 that I played was in the arcade. Like, I don't own the game at all on console or on my laptop. The only the only time I played it was on the arcade in real life. And whatnot. But it was still fun though. I was just playing as Zangief and I was doing really well in it until I got to the very end and I kind of just like bit the dust at that point. Let's see. I only saw the Final Fantasy VII Remake and Gundam. I heard rumors of there being a Kingdom Hearts trailer too. Huh. I mean, it is rumors. I don't even know if it's real yet. Like, I know they are making a Kingdom Hearts 4. I know that for sure. But I don't know if they made a trailer telling people like, oh, hey, we're still making the game. It's probably going to be released at a certain time and such. You know, that sort of trailer. I'm not sure if that's going to be a thing, but who knows. No, not. Let's see. Okay, well, Kingdom Hearts 4 isn't there yet. Yeah. They don't want to. They don't seem to want to do what they did with Kingdom Hearts 3, a new trailer every year. Yeah, Joe, dude, remember when they first showed that like announcement trailer for Kingdom Hearts 3? It was in like Twilight Town. Well, not it was Twilight Town. Like they showed it and they showed like a bunch of Heartless just like all bunched together like a stream of like darkness. It's just a bunch of little Heartlesses just like flying around in the air. Like a bunch of ants essentially. Well, I remember that trailer. I remember like at the time I was really hyped about it and then I kind of forgot about the existence of Dree until like I think like it was until they announced 2.8 is when I kind of remembered that like, oh yeah, Dree was a thing, but they didn't release it yet. That trailer is always going to be funny. Look at Shadow, it's beat up. Oh shit. Yeah, pretty much. It's like, damn, there's a fuck ton of them now. And whatnot. Wait, how long have I been talking? Let me look at it. It's almost an hour. I spent like an hour talking as usual, and we barely even touched the game. And whatnot. But yeah. Alright, how about this chat? I'm gonna go get some water. So just like a brief like maybe like couple minute BRB. And when I come back we can just start the game and such. Or we can just continue talking while playing the game and whatnot. You know, either way works. But yeah, I do feel like I need to get water. Because my throat is like, hey buddy, it's been a while since you talk in this long length. Your throat's about to die soon. You need some water, dude. But yeah, so I'll just take this as an opportunity to get some like, you know, water and such. Also, I need to like refill the bottle as well. So yeah, so I'll be absent for like a couple of minutes, maybe 3 or 5, around there. I'll be back, and then, you know, we can continue, like, you know, talking and playing at the same time. But yeah, BRB. Okay, I'm back. Let's see, more topics. Stellar Blade, Blood Rain. Yeah, I saw that. It looked cool. I still need to play the first game. I know my uncle owns the game, and I could like borrow it from him. Well, granted, I need to borrow his system as well. Oh, but like, I don't think he minds. And whatnot. But I want to play that by myself first. I'll probably stream it like probably at one point, but maybe a later time. I wanna let's see. Monster Hunter Wilds expansion. Oh yeah, Wilds. I haven't played that one yet. The last Monster Hunter game I played is Rise. I didn't play Wilds. Let's see. VF Crossroads. I don't know what that is. Let's see. Stranger Than Heaven, featuring Tupac. Oh yeah, I remember that. It's literally made by one of the creators of Yakuza. There's a new Cuphead game. I do enjoy Cuphead. Let's see, Code Veronica remake. Oh yes, Code Veronica, the last Resident Evil game to get a remake. Because it's one of the more games that there isn't like a lot of ways of getting access to it, especially back then before they added it to like PlayStation Classics and such. But because I remember that game was literally designed for Sega. It was made for their system, which was it Dreamcast or was it Saturn that had Code Veronica? I know Code Veronica was literally was tailor-made for Sega. Like Sega wanted Resident Evil, so Capcom made like a Resident Evil game for them, and it was Code Veronica. Now, I know it got a PlayStation 2 version, which that was the version I played, and then I played the funny story interpretation of it in the rail shooter for Resident Evil Darkside Chronicles, which it was actually pretty well done. I like the interpretation. Although I did have gripes with how they portrayed what was Alexia? Yeah, there you go, Alexia. Because like I like her character more in the original, where it's clear that she does care about her brother. But in the Darkside Chronicles version, she's more of an a-hole towards him, which is really weird that they did that direction compared to like how she's like originally. So like yeah, that's like the only gripe I had with that one. But let's see what else is there. Also, ER is getting a new game. I don't know what ER is, but I'm glad that it's getting a new DLC. Elden Ring. Wait. wait. Hold on. Elden Ring got new DLC? Like a second DLC? Damn. I'm so used to like Souls game just having like one DLC and that's it. I didn't expect it to get two. God damn, that's cool. There's a new virtual fighter. Oh, that's what VF is. Gotcha. It's the new virtual fighting game. Sorry, virtual fighter game, not fighting. Virtual fighter. And whatnot. But yeah, okay. I'm glad for that. I'm really glad. Apply these changes. Yeah, I think it's fine. Let's see. These are DLC. Yeah, these are these are the DLCs. Let's see. This one's fine. It's just cosmetic, so I'm okay with that. This one, debatable. I'm debating about this. Like, if I feel like yes, if I didn't like the proportions that I did for the booba training, then like yeah, this is a nice reset button. So I guess that's fine then. Let's see, atomic. I think this is like the level cap, if I remember correctly. It increases it. Oh, I think I know this one. Like, okay, how it works, if I remember correctly, is that you can sacrifice your items to get more, essentially, experience points. That's what it is. So you can get like a level. Same case with this one, you sacrifice items to get more gold. I mean, basically like selling, but it does provide more. This one, I'll probably use the grind eggs off stream because I know for a fact that we're going to be grinding a bunch of eggs for us to like get the fuck. How did they pronounce it? Boobykins. There we go. The boobykins. Because this game does have multiple endings. And I know one of them requires you to get like all the boobykins in the game. And I think there's like 25 of them of like each category. And I know some of them you can only find in like eggs. But they did make it more generous where it's like, yeah, there's like one boobiekin in each egg category. So once you find one, you can just move on to the next one. Like they all, like, here's the thing. If you manage to get like ultra rare when you crack your egg, it will always give you a boobiekin. And the moment that happens, you can just check off your checklist and be like, all right, next, go to the next egg category so we can get like the next boobiekin. I want that. So yeah, I remember that. Let's see. These are just like random items. I don't think they did anything. I know this is like something you can equip. But yeah, I feel like we're fine with like maybe these two options. Because I don't want to like touch like this one, this one. This one maybe later when we're like trying to like complete everything. These ones I don't want to get because I know they're like literally items meant to help you in the early game. So I don't want to touch that. So we're just going to do cosmetic and level reset if I feel like if I feel like I did a terrible job with leveling up the boobs. I guess that's the best way I would describe it. But yeah, let's start a good old new game. Oh yeah, this is the sound of like getting something. I feel like it's like a common sound bit in like every Ideal Factory / Compile Heart game. But I know there's like a different pitch to it in each of their games. I know Mary Skelter's, it's more high pitch, like a little bit on a higher pitch note. And it's literally like the redeem that plays when someone follows. And whatnot. This one is a little bit more like not high pitch. It's like a bit on the medium. Well, to my ears, I'm not really a music person or a sound person, so I can't really tell which pitch is what sometimes. But yeah, let's go on. 25, maybe? Hold on. The log is X, auto is Y, L is skip, R is to hide the window.
今日はいい海賊日和。何かが起こる気がするね。
Maybe dirty?
今日はいい海賊日和。何かが起こる気がするね。
Yeah, let's just settle with dirty for now. Okay. Right, so that works. And then we just press Y for auto.
そうだね。あの日もこんな晴れ渡った空だったな。今まで生きてきた中で一番の衝撃だったの。空から落ちてきたこの羅針盤が私の頭に直撃したのよ。こんな偶然があると思う？なんだ聞いても痛そうな話。よく無事だったね。当然よ。私は選ばれたんだから。この海には何かがある。それを探すのが私の運命なのよ。頭の方は無事じゃなかったみたいね。ちょっとなんでそんなにノリが悪いのよ。確かにこの辺の海にモンスター娘の楽園があって財宝があるって話だけど、なんかすっごい海賊が暴れ回った後でもう何も見つからないって話だよ。そもそも楽園が見つからないし、だいたいそんな壊れた羅針盤なんて捨てられてたのを鳥が拾って落としたとかだって。壊れてないってば。全然傷ついてないし今に動くはず。そうそう、こんな感じで。なんか動いてるし、ほら見て見て、空を指してるよ。そうか、伝説の楽園は空にあるんだ。だから今まで見つからなかったんだよ。そんなことより上見て、上。危ない、ぶつかる。
よいしょー、久しぶりのおっぱいだぜ。
Ah, yes. I know that voice. I know that voice. I know it for being a pervert seal. But I also know it from a fighting game. And it's one of my favorite fighting games as well. Oh, it's like a new event. Hold on. Here you go. Auto.
ちょっと何この生き物。
Yep, I remember this seal. Hail Otan.
落ち着いて、まずは状況を整理しないと。起きたら怪しい生き物が服を剥ごうとしてる。でもひょっとしたら助けてくれたのかも。こいつ、これは助けてもらっていたとしても関係ないよね。離せこの変態が。
ここは一体どこだお？何が起こったんだじ？
Ah, yes. Otan. AKA, he has the same voice actor as Ragnar the Blood Edge. Yeah, good old Ragnar the Blood Edge. After the events of Central Fiction, he became a pervert baby seal. Wait. Yeah, wait, hold on. Yeah, he is a baby seal. That is what his design is supposed to be. Yeah, he is a baby seal. And whatnot. Also, it's kind of funny how I word it. I know the first time he appeared, he had like a what do you call it? Like a it's not really a cape. It's like a fluffy thing that people wear back then with their like fancy suits and shit. I forgot what it was called, but you wore that in like Moe Chronicles. And then in Moe Crystal, he wear panties on his head. And then in this game, he wears a bra and uses it as an eye patch. Which I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. If it's like a pirate game, you might as well use an eye patch. I mean, a bra is an eye patch if it's leaning on the pervert side of things. And whatnot. But like, yeah. But yeah. Oh yeah, it's a good old time. Hey, Aryan, buddy. It's kind of weird how he's like, how I word it. I don't think I ever saw him in like the next game, which was like Castle Panzers. Not Castle Crushers, it's Castle Panzer. No, yeah, Panzer. It's supposed to be like a pun. And whatnot. Let's see. Most exciting from the latest state of play: Token, Rayman Legends Retold, Hemuri, Onimusha, or Ace Combat 8. I'm only looking forward to Onimusha because I like the Onimusha games. Rayman Legends Retold. Excuse me. I burped. Let's see. Rayman Legends Retold. I don't know. Like, I know it's been a while since we have a Rayman game, but just having a Legends game, and it's fundamentally just the same game, just in like 3D environments and shit. I don't know if that's enough to warrant my interest in getting it, because I was kind of hoping that it'd be like a bit of a brand new game, like in terms of like the general gameplay. I mean, they can keep the gameplay the same. I just prefer if it was a little bit more different than usual. If anything, I kind of miss let's see, what Rayman game that I kind of missed the most when it came to this catalog. I miss Dree. And I think the reason why was because Dree has such a cool battle system. And I would love to see a Rayman game in the 3D plane again, instead of it being like, oh, it's 3D models, but they're still traveling like two-dimensionally and whatnot. You guys know what I mean. Like, I would like a fully fleshed out 3D Rayman game, like 2 and 3. I kind of miss those games. And whatnot. But like, yeah, I think like the only thing I'm looking forward to Shinx and I list is this Onimusha, because I love the Onimusha games. They are so fun.
そんなバカな。それは何かの間違いなんだぜ。揉むほどおっぱいがないのに揉めるわけがないんだぜ。
そうね。ごめんなさい。私が間違ってたみたい。生け捕りなんて甘かったのよ。そんなこと言われたらもう生かしておけない。あんたはマジで許さない。
しまったぜ。口が滑ったぜ。寝ぼけてたぜ。すまなかったぜ。命だけは勘弁なんだぜ。あ、そうだ。俺はおっぱいを大きくする方法を知っているんだぜ。
冗談よ。 私は殺しなんかしないよ。仕方ないから胸の話を聞いてあげる。
I guess that's one way to live. Like, you just reveal that you know how to make Opie bigger.
言うなれば天かける海賊おったんだぜ。
Yeah, let's just listen to that again. But still, like, I don't think in any scenario that saying that will let you, like, get out scot-free. You're probably gonna die even worse if you were to say something like that. But I guess in this scenario, since it's more lighthearted and shit, I think that's like an okay for us to... I guess that's an okay pass for us to live. Oh, oops.
一安心だぜ。俺はモンスタームスかなあったん。言うなれば天かける海賊おったんだぜ。
Girls won't even get mad at me for touching their boobs. Joe, that just means you have natural riz. That just means you have natural riz, so you're able to do it. Because I can only do it with consent. Like, Joe, even getting the consent is a little, you know, difficult. I would say it doesn't matter if you're a guy or a girl. Like, even getting the consent to like touch someone's boob is like, you know, it's a little sketchy. Like, most people will be like, why the fuck you want to touch my boobs? And whatnot. Like, you know, it's in that sort of category. Like, I feel like if you're able to like get that consent pretty easily, it's like, dude, you have natural riz at that point. I mean, the one time I did was with my ex. Look, it's with your girlfriend at the time. Like, sure, you could make the argument if it's like, oh, my girlfriend isn't like the touchy type, like she doesn't really like it when I do that, so you know, it's a little hard to get like consent in that regard and whatnot. Like, you could do like an argument like that, but at the same time, I'm like, if it's your girlfriend, then I feel like you both would naturally be like, hey, is it alright if I could touch you like a certain body part and whatnot and everything. I feel like in that sense, it is normal that you just get the consent pretty easily. I'm not trying to make it seem like it's like all fun and games and whatnot to like anyone that's like, oh man, I want to have a boyfriend and girlfriend, I get easy consent. I'm like, that's simple. But I'm just trying to say that in cases of couples, I do feel like it's a lot easier for people to, you know, naturally get it, and it's not too awkward to ask for it as well. I'm the touchy type myself. I love hugs and head pats. Well, I'm glad for that. I guess for my case, from the few times I actually been in a relationship, I don't think I was the touchy type. I was more reserved, if anything. I think my exes, they were more the touchy type, but I didn't really mind it too much. I knew that that's just how they are. That's how they kind of show affection. So I was just used to it. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. Like, you can do that. Yeah, I don't care about these things either. I care more about them as a person. Yeah, that's also like an important factor as well when it comes to relationships and whatnot. But yeah.
全然違うんだぜ。モンムスは女で、モンムスは男なんだぜ。この鍛えられたたくましい肉体を見るんだぜ。
Dude, you're a baby seal.
全然たくましくないし、それで海賊？アマかける？海賊が飛ぶわけないじゃん。
You don't look manly. You look like an actual Pinar. Well, penis. I don't know why I said Pinar. I think I got too influenced by some streamers that I watched. I'd rather just say like the actual like genitalia name, or sometimes the slang that people say for it. I don't want to say Pinar. That sounds like I'm self-censoring myself. I'd rather not do that. I'd rather say like the actual word penis and cock. Or pee-pee. Which is pretty funny when you say the term pee-pee. But anyway. Or the male genitalia. If I were to be more of a, you know, that pseudo-scientist person. But anyway, let's see. Every H ever. If we're not at vet, it's not love. Cool, since it's very low priority for me. Yeah. That makes sense.
見かけで判断するのはやめてほしいぜ。お前が生まれる前から海賊をしてる大ベテランなんだぜ。
Oh, I remembered this face. It's his like Ikemen face. Like his handsome man face. He has this in all the games that he appears in. But in those games, it's like the actual portrait instead of the 3D models that they use for cutscenes in this game. Because in this game, I noticed that all the cutscenes are 3D models. There's only like a handful that use like, I guess, live 2D and CGI. And why not? Sorry, yeah, CGs. My bad. Not CGI. CGs. And why not? It's the older, like, Genkai Toki games that use like more live 2D, so you get to see like, you know, the character art and such. And they they do a really funny job with his handsome face in those games. Not gonna lie, but anyway.
ベテランね。まあいいけど、私はパルテ帰り、伝説の海賊になる運命のもとに生まれたのよ。
お前の方こそ伝説とか運命とか全く中身がないじ。
別にいいでしょ。伝説はこれから作っていくんだから。
その点俺は長年かけて編み出したおっぱいに秘められし力を引き出す奥義、その名も体育の使い手なんだぜ。
なんか嫌な響きね。他に言いようはなかったの？
これだから素人は体育という言葉には秘められた魅力と可能性、そしてときめきがあるんだぜ。
確かに私は素人だけど、そもそも苦労とはあんた以外にいないでしょ。
早速パルテのおっぱいをパイークしてみるぜ。そうすればこの意味を理解し納得するはずなんだぜ。
Alright, so this is the game's level up system. So basically, the more you get experience, you will unlock these items that pretty much serves as level up items, essentially. And the game pretty much tells you like, hey, to level up, you just have to spend one of these level up items and just, you know, train the boobs. So it can be like a specific stat, and it will actually influence your stats, by the way. Like how I describe it, Joe. So basically, if you're like, oh, I like big boobs, so if you do that, then the character will get more attack power in the level up, but she won't get a lot of points in speed. She'll be really slow. But if you decide to reduce the breast, then, like, yes, she'll be faster, but she hits like a wet noodle. And there's other factors too, Joe, such as, like, you can make it either more perky, more firm, you can increase the width of the cleavage, and whatnot. Those also affect other aspects as well, but I'm just giving you like a general breakdown, essentially. So the game does give you a lot more flexibility in terms of you making your ideal booba and whatnot. And it basically boils down to like, what seems appropriate for the level? Or should I make this one character fully dedicated to a specific build? Well, everyone else, I'm like, I'll probably make them a little mix. Maybe min and max this one other character because I think she's better that way. Or maybe I'll just like, decrease the size for this one a little bit so she can benefit from like more of this particular stat instead of another one. Stuff like that. What's up with Mia glorifying big boobs when smaller mid are better? All sizes are good. I think the reason why, Joe, is because whenever you have like a character with small boobs, for some reason people immediately assume that that character is like a kid or something. This also applies in real life as well, Joe, for some reason. Where they kind of view it as like, oh, you're flat chested? That means you're a kid or something. If you're mid-size, then it's like, you're in the middle. It's fine. No one's gonna question it. It's just either big or small is where things get a little rowdy. Where people are like, if it's big, then, people complain about like, oh yes, misogyny and whatnot. And if it's small, then people think you're a pedophile for some reason. And then whatnot. Like, personally, when it comes to boob size, I'm fine with whatever. I don't really have a particular preference in terms of boob size. I just find boobs to be coolio, no matter what. Although, I'm not really a boob person, Joe. I am a leg person. I like legs more. Like, even if someone asks me about, like, ass, it's like, ass is fine. I don't care if the ass is flat or, big or whatnot. Like, the ass is okay. The only thing I care about is legs. That's the only thing I give a shit about. I only like legs. And legs only. No feet. Feet's too gross for me. I only like legs. Also, hold on. I'm getting called. I need to answer this. For me, I focus on the eyes, heart, and smile. Oh, so you're an eye person, Joe. Like, do you like big eyes or small eyes? Are you like this character from this manga that I like? Hold on. Let me get it for ya. Hold on. Let me find it, Joe. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be a good laugh for the both of us. Well, everyone in stream as well. Where did I put the file? Hold on. Okay, so it's in that area. Okay. Oh shit, I forgot I flipped it. Hold on. You guys are gonna read this fucking backwards. I ain't gonna do that shit to you guys. Alright, and then just adjust the size a little bit. There you go. Joe, are you like this guy? He likes eyes as well. And they asked like, oh, do you like the teacher's eyes, since she's like a cyclops? She has one big eye. And then the guy's like, no, it's way too big. Her eyes are way too big. But yeah, I really like this manga a lot. It's called, hold on, let me type in the name for you. Alright, here you go. I like this manga a lot. I remember back when there was only like a few chapters of it left, like a while ago. I remember enjoying each of the chapters. It's mostly because, like, I like the ridiculous humor of it. It's like sure, it goes into the topic of like, oh yes, puberty is quite something, alright? Like, you know, all the characters are like in the middle of puberty essentially, but their puberty is like X-Men logic, where everyone gets like a certain characteristic trait that seems like a superpower, if anything. Like for this guy, it's literally a long nose. The teacher, she literally becomes like a cyclops when she hit puberty. And then you have the girl with her head backwards. She was well, here's the thing. Initially, she had like super broken healing, but they learned that there are limits to her healing, where if you manage to cut off the entire limb off from the body, then it won't like reconnect. You have to like sew it together for it to reconnect and whatnot. But if you like, you know, accidentally shoot her and such, she's able to like, you know, regenerate that really quickly. Like she's practically immortal in a sense of like, she can't technically die in a, you know, in a physical sense. Like you can't like just physically kill her. You have to wait for her to die from old age. and whatnot. Like that's the best way I would describe that girl's like ability and whatnot. But anyway, okay, also the manga is very funny, mostly because like the mangaka is like a fan of both like Japanese and Western media, and it's very evident when you interact with like other characters in the manga. Like one character in the manga, Joe, is literally George Romero. You know, the guy who did Night of the Living Dead. You know, the grandfather of like zombie like movies and why not. Like there is literally a character in the manga that is just George Romero. It's literally him, a 1-to-1. And he's a major character as well for like specific stories in the manga. And it's so funny that it's literally the guy. It's literally him. And whatnot. But it's just hilarious to me. You have like other funny stuff too. Like there's an invisible girl. There's like a cat guy. There's also like the teacher's siblings as well, and they're pretty hilarious for the most part. And like all sorts of things. Like the manga, the best way I would describe it, it's very light-hearted while also telling like a lot of interesting things about like, you know, oh yeah, this is how growing up was like. It kind of sucks, but it's the little things that matter. Like there's all kinds of things you do throughout your life, especially when you're getting through puberty and whatnot. It's just best to enjoy it. Play life to the fullest at that point. You know, it goes through general ideas like that while also maintaining a very goofy atmosphere throughout it, which I honestly like quite a lot when it comes to the manga. So I'm really glad for that. But yeah, I do recommend a read of it. I like it a lot. I enjoy the goofiness. Also, there's a good amount of fan service in it as well. Pretty well done. I think the reason why was because the mangaka also did a lot of like, well, I believe, if I remember correctly, the mangaka did do some R18 works. So it made sense that like the mangaka knows how to draw a very attractive characters in both scales in terms of like guy and girls. But like, yeah. Enough of my jibber jabber. Enough of my jibber jabber. Let's get back to the booba train. But yeah, Joe, when you mentioned that, oh, I like eyes and such, it literally made me down at that panel, Joe. So I'm like, yeah, that sounds like Joe. That's what he sounds like when you mentioned it. And whatnot, but yeah. So yeah, the game is just pretty much explained to you how the level up system works and whatnot. But yeah, they do tell you like how the stats work here. Like, you know, bigger for attack bonus, smaller for agility. The height higher for more HP, lower for agility. Perkiness is for more attack, but less perkiness is for more HP. You know, stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of stats, is what I'm trying to say, guys. There's a lot of stats that comes into the Booba training that does affect certain perimeters. Like, honestly, it kind of cracks me up every time that I look at the chart, because I'm just thinking to myself, like, how the hell am I supposed to min and max this? Like, I'm, like, thinking really hard about it. And whatnot. But yeah, cleavage wider for more agility, narrow for defense, softness is more, you know, softer is more defense, harder is more HP, which I always thought was kind of weird, but I guess that's fine. But anyway, firmness for more attack, looser for, you know, more defense. And then they tell you, like, how you would do this, like, how you affect certain factors. If you're using, like, the touchscreen. Is this how you train your GF? Oh, Joe, imagine a movie like that. Like, it's How to Train Your Dragon, but it's How to Train Your GF. Like, imagine a natural movie like that. Like, do you think it's going... Well, how I word it. I feel like that would be a good porn movie, like the premise and shit, and like the title. But if it's like an eroge, then it'd probably be as awesome as something in the lines of like, you know, Type Moonworks or Air. Well, not Air. Air wasn't an eroge. Wait, no, Air wasn't an eroge. Nitro Plus games, maybe some Alisoft games on the side. Like, if it's like that, then like, yeah, that would be a bombastic game. That'd be awesome. And whatnot. But yeah, Joe, I had to like mention this to you because there's like a little bit of American history. I remember that long time ago. I remember reading this when I was like in school, and we were learning about like U.S. history and shit. I think it was like, either the 40s or 50s. I'm like going by literal memory, so it's been a while. So I remember that we were at the part where we were like where we were learning about what the Americas was like during the early 1900s. So like, you know, 1900, like 1910s, 1920s, etc., you know, that sort of thing. So I remember like looking through the textbook of that portion, and I remember seeing like funny stuff like, you know, oh yes, this is when they started to make like going to church more fun. There's more like televangelists, you know, evangelists that like talk about like church things in like the radio and also television, since that was like popping off at the time, where they do stuff like, instead of them going like, oh yes, we must pray for our Lord and Christ Jesus Christ, may I hear an amen, you know, it's more like quiet, more polite and shit. But at that time, they were going like, hey, let's sound more excited. Let's make it more fun to go to church. So they will be like more, you know, can I hear an amen? Can I hear a hallelujah? You know, that sort of thing. You know, more excited. It's more upbeat. It's more of a party mood to get, you know, more people to get excited to like, you know, go to Sundays essentially. You know, it's a lot more casual, I would say. And I remember in that portion there, they also talk about what movie theaters were like. And in that portion, they explain that movie theaters back then did show porn movies. And the reason why was because back then, the way they will rate a porn movie, like, you know, give it a rating and shit, is by actually having the people who do the rating go to the movie theater, go to the specific room that the porn movie is being played at. They watch the movie to completion, and after they watch it, they have to give it a rating to see whether or not it's appropriate or not to like be in the theater. Like, Joe, think about it. Like imagine that. Like, you go to your movie theater, you're just like, oh man, there's so many like cool movies that are playing, and then you find this one room that's like showing a porno, and then you have like a bunch of guys with clipboards entering the room, and then after the movie's done, they get out of it, and then they're like, okay, that movie was like maybe 7 out of 10. I thought like the story was neat. I think the character acting was terrible though, so I'm bumping some points off from that. I think this is appropriate to show in the theater. Like, you're allowed to have this for like, you know, airing and booking for like the next week. And why not, like Joe, think about it. Like, that's literally what they did. And it's so funny. It's so fucking hilarious. I don't know. But like, yeah, oh my god. Man. American history is hilarious, dude. I'm pretty sure other countries probably did something similar, but I will forever laugh that that's something that we did in the Americas back then. So yeah, let's see. Also, they do tell you like the controls for it if you're using like a controller. Since we're not using touchscreen, since you know that's on portable mode, we're using a dock right now, so we have to use the controller for it. Okay, let's see. I need to make sure I'm doing this right. So you do counterclock to increase, clockwise to decrease. You press these to increase the height, press these to decrease the perkiness is... That's for the touchscreen. This is the one we're looking for. You push it up and push it down. You do that and that. Okay. What about this one? You tap it. Oh wait, so this one is tapping. You tap the L3 and R3 button. This one is you press and hold it. Firm is briefly up and briefly down. I could have registered that. Anyway. Alright. So what's our stats? Huh. Alright. A cup, perkiness, softness, firmness, cleavage, perkiness, or height. I keep mixing height with something else. Size. I feel like we should have more attack because agility. I mean, agility is kind of important. It's like turn order, but also your crit rate as well. But I feel like she already naturally has like a good like growth in it, so I think it's fine for me to sacrifice some to like increase her punching power. I don't care about defense though. Like, I think defense isn't that worth it. It's really easy to like recover your HP in this game, so like defense isn't too much of a worry. So yeah, what's this? Increase the boob size. I was thinking of going to like maybe. I'm kind of curious to see what B cup looks like because this is A cup. Even though I feel like that isn't really an A cup to my eyes, but whatever. I don't know anything about like cup sizes in general, so like whatever it is whatever. I don't really pay attention to like, I guess, bodily stuff. I think it's mostly because like I'm too busy in life to like actually care about a lot of things.
パルテのおっぱいは明朗快活で正直だったっけ？そしてまだまだ成長の可能性を秘めている。そんないいおっぱいだったっけ？
それは一体どんな胸よ。いい加減なこと言ってると許さない。いや、本気で言ってても許さないんだけど。
俺が今までどれだけ多くの時間おっぱいを見てきたと思っているんだお。俺はおっぱいでその人となりがわかるんだって。
ただの変態じゃん。あんたが変態なのはこの際諦める。それよりここはどこだろう。
それは俺が初めに聞いたぜ。どこかはわからないが海に落ちた後浜辺に流れ着いたみたいなんだぜ。
そうだ、思い出した。あんたが私を海に
I'll
突き
sleep
落としたんじゃない。
now. Oh, no problem, Joe. Thank you for like stopping by. It's been a while since I last saw you, so I do appreciate that. So I hope you have like a good night and everything and whatnot. So yeah, have a good night, Joe. See ya.
その羅針盤はきっとこいつに反応してるんだぜ。
そうみたいね。 何よその玉。まさかそんなものがお宝なの？
この玉は不思議な力を持ってる秘宝で、7つ集めれば真の輝きを取り戻すんだじ。
でもなんか丸い形に突起がついてて、形がいやらしい感じがするんだけど、本当にこれが不思議な力を秘めてるの？
いやらしいとは誤解なんだじ。その突起は羅針盤にはめるためのもので、ほりゃ羅針盤にはめてみればわかるんだじ。そして羅針盤の示す方向には別の秘宝があるはずなんだじ。
ほんとだ！はめると別の場所を示すのね。やったー！いいものもらっちゃったー。それじゃあね、私は秘宝を探さなきゃいけないから、バイバーイ。
待つんだじ。あげてないんだじ。俺も秘宝を集めてるんだじ。冗談はよすんだじ。ドラゴンゴーゴー。
はあ？海賊をなめるな。この秘宝はもう私のものよ。他のも探しに行くんだから邪魔しないでよ。
こんな愛くるしい俺を置いていくのか。俺はベテランだから役に立つんだじ。バイクもまだ全て教えてないんだじ。
盾ぐらいにはなるかもしれないか。私の言うことをちゃんと聞くのよ。
わかったじ。
さあ、羅針盤の示す先へ行くわよ。まずはここがどこかってことよね。仲間の船を探さないといけないし。
パルテは結構すごいやつだじ。全く先が見えない状況なのに前向きなのはいいことなんだじ。
だって突然遭難して変な生き物を仲間にして秘宝を探すなんて、なんか楽しいでしょ。
Alright, so yeah, so the gameplay is that it is a game where it's 3D. Like 3D roaming, 3D dungeons. Like even the world map, it's like 3D as well. Compared to like some of the other Compile Heart games where you have like a small cursor and you just like move around and shit. This one is like, yeah, you're sailing a actual ship in a 3D plane-ish with a 3D model and whatnot, with some like 2D sprites in there to represent like the islands. But yeah, like this game, you can't like smack enemies to initiate battles. You have to like run into them. So it's like a little old school, style. But yeah, you can zoom in or out. I do find it interesting that like the the girls do track where your camera is and whatnot. But yeah, if you're wondering like, oh, does the booba size like training, like the other stats, does it also affect the 3D models? I would say yes, it does. Like I know like firmness actually makes it jiggle more, and softness is like it looks more softer when you see it like bounce and such. I know this sounds like a little odd, but that's the best way I could try to describe it. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't really pay attention to like all the perimeters and how it affects like the booba physics. I was just too busy just min and maxing, making sure everything's going well on my end.
そもそも私はモンスターと戦ったことがないのよね。
安心するんだじ。力戦の勇士である俺が戦い方をバッチリ教えるんだじ。
へえ、歴戦の勇士ね
え。その疑いの眼差しは何だお。一緒に相談した俺を信じるんだじ。
そんなの信じられるか。今ので疑いが確信に変わったよ。こんなモンスターぐらいオットンだと思えば私一人で蹴散らしてみせる。さあやっちゃうよ。いくよ。
So yeah, like I said, it's a more simplistic like battle system. Like I know in the later game, you can influence like your turns a lot more easily, and I know status effects is actually pretty great in this game because they actually made bosses be vulnerable to certain ones. So you're able to like kind of take advantage of that. Like, yeah, most of the time I do feel like you are gonna switch between normal attacking and skills. That's how they handle the skill point system or MP system. But I'll show you what it actually means, why it's called MP. And they also tell you like, oh, there's like a rock paper scissors mechanic, which it's actually pretty fun to take advantage of at times because you do get the ability to switch your color later on in the game, so you're able to kind of like build your routine around certain things. But yeah, you have HP. Sorry, MP, my bad. So MP is literally called Muramura points, and if you're like, I don't know Japanese music, what the heck is Muramura mean? It means horny points. It means horny. So if you were to directly translate this, it means horny points. So the way you get MP is what the game tells you. You attack someone, you get hit, or you use an item. And if you're wondering like, is it important to have a lot of MP? Yes, because as the game said, if you're at a certain amount, you get excited or aroused. Excited is okay. It's fine. It's not too much of a benefit. Arouse, however, is really beneficial. Arouse is essentially this game's equivalent of like, you know, goddess form slash HHD form slash genocide mode slash glitch mode and such. You know, it's a superpower state where your stats are boosted to like high points, and also like the game tells you, it removes and nullifies any status elements and whatnot. So because of that, it's like, yeah, if you are aroused, you are pretty much immune to every status effect in the game, which is pretty great and whatnot. Then you have like arouse. As the game said, it will disappear after like 5 turns, and yes, it will be removed after the battle ends, which will reset your MP to 0. But since MP is essentially like easy to manipulate in this game, especially later on where you do get like MP items, but also you kind of figure out like, oh, I can use this skill setup to generate a bunch of MP with one hit and whatnot, so I can like spam skills and whatnot. Like, all I'm saying is that in the early game, MP, you do kind of want to resource it a little, so you can enter like boss battles with like a team fully aroused. Else, like they just enter arouse mode at the start of the battle, so you're able to like do humongous amounts of damage at the start. You know, kind of be running the boss essentially, also spamming specials as well. So you're like, yeah, there's like all kinds of benefits you want to do when it comes to like MP and MP management as well. So yeah, that's like some cool things about it. Also, I don't think the game tells you this, but if you want to skip battle animations, you have to hold the B button. But I think that only applies to like attacks that are like very long, like spells and such. Like, let me show you. Hold on. Oh, I can't do it. It's an aroused ability. My bad. Hold on, I'll show it. Also, you can like save anytime you want, which is, I mean, that's cool. Hold on, I need to think about this. Okay, so I will show you guys how you can like skip battle animations. Like I said, you just have to hold the B button. But let me show you. Yeah, like that. I know that's like kind of a waste because I'd rather just show you guys that like the cutscene for that skill, but I just wanted to show like my point essentially. So like, yeah. Oh, we can level up again. Hold on. Let's see. I can handle more of multiple Final Fantasy VII Revelation trailers in Summer Game Fest more than 20 minutes of God of War Buffy E footage. Yeah, when it comes to the new God of War game, I felt like there's no point in me playing it, let alone buying it. And I think the reason why is that I feel like when it comes to the new God of War games, they're kind of it's kind of predictable. Like the formula is really predictable. Also, I'm not really a fan of like the new God of War like battle system as well. Like starting from the Norse games and onwards, because I felt like it was very limited. And also, it did help the fact that like 2018 had so little enemy variety that I felt like really disappointed on it. Because I was like, damn, even the first God of War game had so many enemy varieties just within like the first within not even the first hour, within 30 minutes of the game. But yet you have 2018 that barely has any variety for the enemies, and you fight the same troll boss so many times, so many reskins of it. And then you have like the story, which I think was fine. I just felt like the story is just whatever. Like it's literally just the road and also The Last of Us. Like it's literally the whole like grumpy guy has a kid, they, you know, develop a strong bond like parent and child wise and whatnot. Like it's a very formulaic story, unfortunately. But I don't know why that's like the current craze when it comes to like, oh yes, we want a deep and mature story. Let's make a story about fatherhood and a grumpy guy getting a kid and whatnot. Like I don't know, it's very predictable, unfortunately. And then you have Ragnarok, where it felt so rushed. It literally felt so rushed in terms of like every plot point in there. Like it was a massive disappointment to me. You know, and that. So when it comes to this new God of War game, I can't help but feel like, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna play it. I don't think I'm gonna enjoy it at all, unfortunately. And whatnot. Like, I remember even seeing like gameplay footage. Well, gameplay footage. I'm putting quotation marks on that, and it's literally just a cutscene. This is a long ass cutscene. It's just you know, the Sony exclusive thing that they do nowadays. They have to make movie games, and everything is just like a long ass cutscene, and there's barely like any gameplay to it, unfortunately. Let's see. Oh yeah, we just like get to like a couple of battles, maybe some strong ones. And then these are items. 4 of each. Does the Wolverine game have more gameplay at this point? It does, but it kind of looks very samey at the same time, unfortunately. Like, I don't know why, but every Western game just looks the same to me. Like, the gameplay looks the same, the way how they design the characters look the same, the way how they lay out the levels, it just looks so samey to me. And then, like, sure, you might be like, oh, there's some, like, gameplay differences. Like, one's more, like, action-packed, and then this one is, like, has some stealth mechanics than usual, but, like, it's still action-packed sort of thing. Like, sure, you can have those type of, differences in gameplay, and I think that's completely fine. I just feel like it just looks like the type where it's like, you play one, you play them all, in terms of how the game looks, plays. And whatnot. Also, I kind of laugh at the fact that when Wolverine recovers his like HP, you know, like he's regenerating his like body parts, like in the older games. For some reason, they make him regenerate his clothes as well, which kind of drew me off. Not gonna lie, because I was so used to the older games where when he regenerates his body parts, they actually kept the clothes destroyed, so there's like actual different models for it. And whatnot. But in this one, they're like, nah, it was this game of one model because it might take too much space for this game that it's literally just a movie that they just prioritize on the graphics over the gameplay of, unfortunately. Like, I feel like that's like my major gripe with a lot of like modern games nowadays. This applies to both in the West and some Japanese games, by the way. Is that I noticed that they put such a heavy emphasis on graphics that the gameplay just fucking suffers from it. It's not even fun to play at times. Like, sure, you can have a game that looks like a 4K movie, that looks realistic with like all the skin pores and shit. But if the gameplay is fucking shit compared to that, then what's the point in playing this game? And whatnot. I don't care if the story is good or whatnot. I'd rather have a good game to play. A good story might help a little, but if the game isn't fun to play, then why the fuck should I play it? Like Forspoken. Yeah, like Forspoken looks nice. I will admit to that. It looks nice, but the gameplay sucked and the story sucked. And whatnot. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like that's the direction that unfortunately a lot of Western games are going for nowadays, and I find it very disappointing. There are some Japanese games that are like that as well, but I don't think it's too bad. I don't think it's too much of an issue for them, because I still feel like they're still able to pump out a really good game, gameplay-wise, even with a pretty graphic. I still feel like they're capable of doing that. Western games, not so much. And whatnot. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, Shinx. I'm honestly fine with games looking like they're from PS Vita or like early PlayStation 3. Like, I legitimately am fine with like video games just keeping that look and that's it. I don't want games to be like, oh yes, we must make everything high graphic, takes up like a huge chunk of your RAM, and like you need an expensive ass graphics card to like even run the damn thing and whatnot. Like, I don't want any of that. I'm fine with games that's looking like this. You know, it's a little blurry. The models are like, you know, not meant to be realistic and whatnot. But at the same time, it's stylistic enough that you're like, yeah, this looks nice. I like this. This looks cool. And whatnot. Like, something like that. I prefer stuff like that versus a game where they have to go crazy with the particle effects and it has to be like super bright and shit and it hurts my eyes. I literally feel like when I see like those bright colors and like more modern games where they have to go really crazy with the light works, I literally felt like I had I had a headache. I legitimately felt like my head hurted a lot from just seeing so many bright colors like that. And it's like, you know, big flashes essentially. But I never had that issue. Even back in like, you know, early Kamen Rider. You know, Kamen Rider in the 70s, where they actually do have like a bunch of like lights flashing really fast, like it causes like some people's seizures and whatnot, you know, that sort of thing. I'm fine with that. That's like actually bearable for me. Like that one, I'm like, oh yeah, like this is easy for me to handle. Like I'm not gonna have an issue with that. But for some reason, modern games are like, yeah, let's just go crazy with the light works, and it just fucking hurts my eyes. Like it just makes me have a headache. Like unlike the older media where they do have like, you know, rapid flashing lights, it did not hurt me at all. I'm just like, yo, that's cool. This is awesome. I can handle this. But modern stuff, no, not really. Is Strive 7 closest to Forspoken? Strive, yes, it is a good looking game. I do like the stylistic of it, but man, the gameplay is shit. I can't play Strive, man. I do not enjoy Strive in the gameplay point of view. Also, the story is fucking terrible as well. So, like, yeah, you have that. But anyway. Can you handle the polygon episode? Yeah, I can actually handle that. I watched it. Like, I legitimately never got a headache or like I had a seizure from like watching it. Like even back when I was younger, I did saw the episode out in Japanese and everything because my uncle like he downloaded the Pokemon episodes in Japanese. Well, it had fan translations at the time. And he's like, oh, hey, Mizu, here's, like, more episodes of Pokemon and shit. Like, this is what I grew up with and whatnot. So I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. Thanks, uncle. And then I watched it. And when it came to the Polygon episode, like, you know, the one that caused, like, the show to be canceled for a little bit, and then it comes back and, like, sorry. It made the show go into a hiatus for a bit. And then when they return, they had to, like, animate the anime to an extent that it doesn't cause a massive problem like the Polygon episode and whatnot. And I know it's not and here's the thing. I am aware that it did cause like, you know, a bunch of creepypasta, cause a lot of like, you know, people going like, oh, do you heard that this episode killed kids and such? You know, like all those like, you know, creepy rumors and whatnot. Like I'm aware of that. But here's the thing. I never had an issue. Like, I was literally, like, fine after watching it. I didn't think, like, it ruined, like, my brain. It didn't make me have, like, a seizure or I got a headache afterwards. I was 100% fine afterwards. Like, I was just A-okay. Never had an issue. So, because of that, when I heard about, like, you know, kids in Japan having these seizures, I thought to myself, like, is it possible that they're more sensitive towards these, like, flashing lights compared to, like, other kids in other countries? Like for my case, I'm like, you know, Vietnamese, but also a little bit of American in there and whatnot in terms of like not my genetics, but in terms of like other things. But but even still, I'm not sure if that's the case. Like, oh yes, I'm a full blood Vietnamese. I'm immune to these flashing lights because we're all used to like being outside in the rice fields in the beating sun. Like these flashing lights ain't a problem for us. Like I don't think that's the case. I just think like maybe in Japan there's a good chunk of kids over there that are more sensitive to it than some of the other kids in like other countries, and maybe their own country as well. Maybe it's like an even 50-50. Like, you know, 50% of the kids there are more sensitive towards like these flashing lights, while the other 50% is just completely fine afterwards. There's like no issues for them and whatnot. Like, who knows? But this is me like going into like random tangents and like this me kind of acting like the typical like, I don't know, like dearest guy who's like has like a fucking whiteboard with a bunch of lines in it, acting a little cuckoo crazy than usual. But like, yeah, this is me with my usual like rambles of like my inner thoughts and shit. But anyway. Wait, can we do egg cracking or no? Oh, we can't do egg cracking. Okay. I think we have to get our first ship. Then we can do like the egg cracking stuff. And then I'll pretty much explain to you guys like, oh, yeah, this is the reason why you want to get the other DLC, where it makes egg cracking a lot easier. Yeah, we can go to the next area. But yeah, I do like how all of the enemies in this game are literally just like innuendos and like dirty jokes and shit. Like this one is a literal penis. And then there's like a cow enemy later. Well, no, not a cow enemy. There is an enemy a little later on in the early game that's literally like a flying dildo. Like it's so funny. Yeah, we can like show this. Alright, let's heal up. Because I know, like, you can't heal up in this game. Well, other than items, the only way for you to, like, fully recover your HP is by going back to the world map. But we don't have access to that yet, so... we have to, like, you know, kind of speedrun this tutorial. Let's increase it like 2 cup sizes. I want to see how that looks. Okay, it doesn't look bad. C-Cap doesn't look bad at all. Okay. I wonder what D and E looks like. Wait, how much do we need for the next level? Okay, so that's a lot of battles. Maybe we can try to get like another level. Because I know there's like a boss battle coming up.
きたきたてやー立ち止まっていられないよ取っちゃおう
Oh yeah, we got a new skill. I forgot to check that. Oh yeah, it's like a regular skill. I mean, that's fine.
さあきたきたこれでぶっ飛ばす疾風海賊の力すきやりきたきた立ち止まっていられない取っちゃおう取っちゃおうすきやりきたきたきたきたきた
Oh, just 0 damage to me? Okay,
海
that's
賊
cool.
の力さあやっきたきたこれでぶっ飛ばす疾風きたきたきたこれで疾風これが私の実力だよお宝ゲット
Alright, so we got a lot more potions, so we're not gonna die. Alright, that's fine.
取っちゃおうさあやっちゃうよきたきたとりゃきたきた立ち止まっていられない
Oh man, I wasted that.
さあ気持ちいい楽しもうこれでぶっ飛ばす疾風
I was hoping to save it for the upcoming boss. Yeah, this thing here. The event.
さあやっていくよてや
Great, I need to grind it out.
取っちゃおうお宝ゲットさあ私の番ねそれ私の番ね一斉続けていくよきたいくよ海賊の力
Okay,
よっと
a couple of battles and we get a level up.
すきやりきたきたきたきたそれ立ち止まっさあきたきてや海賊の力すきやきたきたこれでぶっ飛ばす疾風
There we go. And then it's gonna hit me.
きたき
And then we bend this.
これでぶっ疾風立ち止まっていられないよすきやきたきた切り刻む海賊の力思い知ったか
Oh, come on. Why is it only 2? 2 points of experience. Are you kidding me?
さあやきたきたこれでぶっ飛ぶ疾風立ち止まっていられないよ
Alright. We're good.
きたきたはっきたきたはっきたきた
Okay.
てや
Timed it
海賊の
perfectly.
力思い
Spend a potion there. Level up. Oh, oops. My bad. I didn't put on the level up yet. Let's see. Okay, she can light heal herself. My defenses are fine. I think my agility is okay. I don't... Maybe we can invest in, like, cleavage. Like, to take away some defense, but put some agility in there. Alright, let's let this play out.
秘宝がない。そんな簡単に見つかるとは思ってなかったけど。おっと、これはどういうことなの？
落ち着くんだじ。羅針盤の示す先に秘宝はあるはずだが、陸が続いてるとは限らないんだじ。
こんなすぐに行き止まりなんて。私思うんだけど、ここって小さな島なんじゃないかな。
確かに島っぽいじ。少し待つんだじ。落ち着いて今後のことを考えてみるんだじ。無人島にパルティと2人、帰る手段はない。助けは来ない。生きるために苦難を共にし、次第に2人は惹かれ合い、そしてついに。
ふざけんな
ー声に出していたのを忘れていたんだじ。
そんな絶対にありえないことを考えてないで真面目に考えなさいよ。役に立たないな。まずはここが本当に島なのかでしょ。そして人がいないのか、移動手段はないのか、この辺に気をつけてもう一度調べるしかないか。
ここは俺が役に立つとこを見せるじ。俺は近くに未知なる美少女が来ると胸が高鳴ってドキドキするんだじ。島に来た時から感じていたが、パルテとは違うようだじ。そしてこのドキドキ感はそこだじ。よいしょー。この胸の高鳴りを抑えられるのは美少女のおっぱいだけだじ。
Alright, there we go. We got another monster girl. I kind of like how her actual nipple is being covered by like her overall. Well, is it? Would you call it an overall? Her strap? Yeah, her strap. Like her bra came out a bit, but her overall strap like covered the nipple part. So it's like, you know, hidden enough. But yeah, that's funny. Let's keep going.
いやー、このモンスターいつもと違う。僕の宝を奪う気だな。
ほら、おとなしくするんだじ。お前のおっぱいがお宝かどうか確かめるだけでじっとしていれば痛くしないんだじ。
やだ、僕は変態モンスターの言うことに騙されないから。はいはい、2人ともやめなさい。話ができないでしょ。私はパルテ、海賊やってるんだけど、まあなんというか遭難しちゃって、この辺のことを教えてほしいんだけど。なんだ、遭難するようなドジなモンスター使いと変態モンスターには何も教えてあげないもん。こっちのモンスターはおっとんよ。変態だけど悪いやつじゃ。変態って悪いことかも。やっぱり悪くて変態なんだ。僕はコボルトのモンスター娘ワッフルだよ。僕にいたずらする悪いモンスターとその飼い主はやっつけてやる。どうしてくれるのよ。オットンが変態のせいでモンムスと戦うことになったじゃない。
俺は女性に対し誠実に向き合っているじ。 可愛い女性を前に手を出さない方が失礼で、それを変態だと言うなら否定しないんだじ。俺にとって変態とは最大の褒め言葉だじ。
Sure.
後で覚えてなさいよ。モンムスになんて勝てるかわかんないけど、やるだけやってやる。覚悟はできたんだね。じゃあ行くよ。さあやっちゃうよ。気持ちいい。楽しもう。
I don't remember if you can one-shot her with this. I do know it does a good chunk of damage.
行くよ。それっと。
I think you can one-shot her. Hold on.
僕だね。大きいの行くね。楽しもう。あんたはマジで許さない。これが私の伝説だよ。やられちゃった。海賊の力思い知ったか。むぎゅー。勝った。私って結構強かったんだ。モンスター娘にも勝てるなんて、さすがは運命に選ばれた人間だけある。この犬っころめ、二度と私に逆らえないように身ぐるみ剥いてあげようか。
服を剥ぐのは賛成だじ。だがそんなことをしたらこの島のことを教えてもらえないんだお。
ワッフルちゃんごめんね。でもワッフルちゃんが話を聞いてくれないから仕方なかったの。許してね。くしゅ、もう怒らない？最初から怒ってなんかないよ。襲いかかってきて危ないからお仕置きしただけ。ほら、よしよし。ご主人気持ちいい。
Looks like we got a new party member.
ワッフルちゃんはい
You
い子
just
だね。
treat the
じゃあ、あっちのモンスターは何かな。
the dog girl like she's a pet.
よくわかってる
Then she
じゃん。
ends up joining the
もっ
party.
と撫でてあげ
Alright,
るね。
that makes sense.
おお、意外な才能だじ。アルテがモンムスを手なずけてるんだじ。俺を出しにしてだが。
ねえねえご主人、オットーも僕に襲いかかってきたからお仕置き必要だよね。そうね。ワッフルちゃんは賢いね。私もそう思ってたのよ。お仕置きが終わったらいろいろ教えてね。
意外な展開だじょ。落ち着け。俺は争わなくても話を聞くんだじ。争いからは何も生まれない。暴力反対。
私の言うことは聞くって言ったわよね。その私がお仕置きと言ってるのよ。おとなしくすれば痛くないからちょっと来なさい。
嘘だ。絶対に痛いじ。これはワッフルの陰謀だ。騙されるな。そして俺を騙そうとするな。あー
Sure.
お仕置き完了っと。じゃあワッフルちゃん聞かせてもらうね。ここって島なの？人は住んでないの？ここは島だよ。多分モンムスは住んでないと思う。モンムスはいないんだね。人は？人間も住んでないの？人間なんていないよ。 パルテって人間だったの？私は人間よ。どこから見ても人間でしょ。あー、珍しいね。そう言われればそうかも。あんまり見たことないからわからないや。人間が珍しいって、ここはどこなんだろう。ここが無人島っぽいってことは分かったけど、ワッフルちゃんはこの島に船で来たんだよね。町か村か誰かいるところに行きたいんだけど、乗せてってもらえる？海に出れば誰かいると思うけど、僕の船小さいからな。3人も乗れないかも。だからオットンには泳いでもらうけどいい？もちろんいいよ。オットンは泳ぎが得意だと思うし。それじゃあ船のところに行きましょう。何これすごい。ワッフルちゃんの船全然小さくないじゃん。
Yeah, so we're gonna go through like long cutscenes at this point, and we're gonna get to like another battle, and then I know like after you get access to the world map, you get to another battle, and then another battle. So yeah, we're gonna get to like a couple of boss
この
battles
船は僕
at
の
this
じゃな
point.
いよ。僕のはあっちの可愛いのだよ。あっちのって流されてるイカダのことかな。確かに波に揺られて可愛いかもね。流されちゃったね。ちょっと探索して戻るつもりだったから陸にあげとかなかったんだ。
ワッフルの船があっちのイカダなら、こっちの巨大な船はなんだぜ？
海賊船じゃないかな。それよりオットンがもう復活してる。さっきまでボロボロだったはずなのに。
これがモンムスの回復力だぜ。硬さ、持久力、回復力と防御系には自信があるんだぜ。
そうか、そういうことか。わかったよ。これは私の船よ。私の船になるためにここにあるの。
突然どうしたんだお？はっきり言って何も分かってないように思えるんだぜ。
さあワッフルちゃん、オットン、乗り込んで船を奪うよ。逆らう者は片っ端から追い出しなさい。あれ、僕も行くの？それじゃあせっかくだし何かもらってこよっと。
おいおい、乗り込むとか危険すぎだぜ。俺はここで2人の帰る場所を守るから、安全になったら呼んでくれればいいんだぜ。
何言ってんの？あんたが騒いで注意を引きつけて、その隙に私たちが後ろから倒すんでしょ。
お前こそ何を言ってるんだお？注意を引きつけたら死んでしまうんだぜ。
防御に自信があるんでしょ。たくましかったり激戦だったり勇士だったり天かけたりする実力を見せてよ。
よせ、やめるんだぜ。どう考えても俺が一番危険だぜ。
Hey, you
俺
volunteer,
は
my
こんなところ
man.
で
You
死に
better
たく
do
ないん
it.
だぜ。
あんたが敵を倒して船を手に入れたら言うことを聞いてあげるから、おとなしく特攻しなさい。
言うことを聞く。それはひょっとするとどんなことでも構わないんだお。
そうね、私にできることならね。
任せるんだぜ。俺は女性の頼みを断るほど冷徹ではない。玉かける姿をお見せするんだぜ。
I like how this time with his voice, he does sound like Ragnar. Like he deepened it a little bit. He talks a little more seriously instead of like more, goofy and a little high pitchy. This one is like, yeah, more deeper, more serious tone to his voice, and it does sound like Ragnar.
やる気になったみたいだし、それじゃ頼んだからね。私の船によく来たな。ってあれ、誰だお前は。
俺は決して怪しいものじゃないぜ。女性、特におっぱいが好きなんだけど。 よく見ると
That's not what you're
エロい
supposed
モ
to
ン
say
ス
to
なん
someone
だ
when you
じ
meet them for the first time.
俺の名はあったん。素敵なあなたをデートにお誘いに来たんだじ。この船で俺と大海原へと繰り出そうじ。
お前怪しすぎるぞ。死ね。あら、相手は一人だけなの？ついてるわ。やっぱ日頃の行いがいいからかな。ほんとだ、やっぱり一人だったんだ。まあしょうがないね。あ、ワッフル、やっと来たのか。なんか変なやつらが一緒だけど、誰なんだ？こっちのパルテはご主人様で、こっちのオットンは変態なの。この偉そうな子はワッフルちゃん知り合いなの？知り合いの船だったならそう言ってくれればよかったのに。言わない方が面白そうだったから。この子はスライムのモンスター娘のジュエルだよ。ずっと前から友達なんだ。ワッフルのご主人だと？ワッフルのご主人は私なのに、一体どういうことだ？だってパルテはジュエルと違って強いんだもん。
Wait, so she's just fine with whoever's stronger.
ワッフルが困った時食べ物をあげて止めてあげてアイテムも買い取って私の王
Waffle's
を
not
忘れた
loyal
のか。
at all at this point.
ちゃんと覚えてるよ。だからこうして遊びに来てるんじゃん。
Is either that or she just sees Jewel as like a
話を
as
聞
a
く限り
friend.
だと
I don't know what Jewel sees her as because she calls her her master, but at the same time I feel like they're
か
actually
わ
all
いそうに
friends.
なってきたんだじ。
ねえ、ジュエルちゃんだっけ？この船ってあなた一人だけで他にモンムスがいたりしないの？そうだぞ。この船は私の船だからな。乗組員はいるがモンムスは私一人だ。話は分かった。あなたは可愛くて優しくて友達思いでワッフルちゃんの主人にふさわしい人物よ。そうか、照れるぞ。お前いいやつだな。私の良さが分かってくれるのか。うん、そして何よりこんな大きな船を持っている。あなたにならワッフルちゃんを任せられる。けどワッフルちゃんは私に負けて残念ながら今はジュエルちゃんと仲良くできないのよ。お前やっぱり悪いやつなのか。でも安心してジュエルちゃん、ワッフルちゃんをかけて私と勝負しなさい。あなたが勝ったらワッフルちゃんをあげる。その代わり私が勝ったらこの船をもらうよ。これでどう？いいだろう。その勝負受けてやる。ワッフルは私が助けてやるからな。あー、面白そう。二人とも僕のために頑張ってね。こっちはいつでもいいぞ。ワッフルのためだ。今日は本気出すからな。
I feel like we
私
could
も
have
こん
handled
なと
this
こで負け
more
てらんないよ。
civilized, but I guess we had to duke it out. It's like your typical shonen anime.
さあやっちゃうよ。私の番ね。
Also, if I'm gonna be honest with you, I keep forgetting that Jewel had like a cup size like that. I'm so used to her, like how I word it. I'm so used to her like portrait showing that she's actually bigger than what you actually expect from the model. If that makes sense. Like the picture made it look like it's a lot bigger compared to how the model portrays it.
私か。当たれ。いた。行くよ。てやー。私か。どうだ。行くよ。頑張るぞ。私が決めるぞ。来た来た。切り裂け。頑張るぞ。私が決めるぞ。これでぶっ飛ばす。疾風。またやられた。海賊の力思い知ったか。やばいやばい。私の服が透けてるぞ。
Yeah, like see here, like her boob looks bigger in the CGI and her portrait. But the in-game model, it's not as big as that. It's a little more on the, I guess, bodice side is probably the right word for it. So to me, it's kind of like a little odd to me. It's like, huh? Why aren't the sizes like consistent? It's a little weird. Not gonna lie, but okay.
その服ってそんな風になってたんだ。面白いね。どうしよう。面白がってる場合じゃないぞ。このままだと私まで消えるかもしれない。ワッフル、助けてくれ。どうするも何も服が透けてるだけでしょ。今までなったことないの？そう言われるとあったような気もする。でも今回のはいつもよりひどいんだ。どうしたらいいんだ？落ち着くといいよ。ほっとけば戻るみたいだし、だんだん戻ってるよ。
これがあるから海賊はやめられないんだって。
なんだこいつ。私に撃たれて飛んでったはずなのにいつ帰ってきたんだ。
エロあるところにオットがありだぜ。たとえそれがどんなに厳しい状況でも俺は駆けつけるんだぜ。
ジュエルちゃん、変態は相手にしなくていいよ。それより私の勝ちみたいだね。うん、ご主人の勝ちだから強いって言ってあげたのにね。水が大量にある海でスライムは最強のはずなのに、こんなに貧弱そうなやつになんで負けるんだ。ああ、わかる。見た目は全然強そうじゃないから僕も騙されちゃった。でもご主人はね、なんと人間なんだよ。何？人間なんてレア種族だったなんてずるいぞ。人間なんて一括りにされちゃ困るよ。私は運命に選ばれた。いえ、私が運命の女神よ。
パルテは勝って調子に乗ってるだけで、パルテが強いのはパイイクの力だぜ。つまりは俺のおかげなんだぜ。
Yeah, I kind of agree with this guy. It was because of the Booba training. She did got like a boost in her stats because of that.
パイク？なんだそれ。よくわからないけどずるいぞ。ご主人の強さには秘密があったんだ。でもオットンが関係してるだけあって変なことっぽい。
パイイクとはずるくも変なことでもないぜ。己のおっぱいの内に秘めた力と向き合うことにより、その力を引き出し使えるようになるんだぜ。そしてパイイクを続けることにより、おっぱいの力は大きく成長し、己も強くなる。道は長く険しく、極めるのは辛く厳しいんだぜ。
確かそんな感じだった気がする。だからこれは私の実力よ。ジュエルちゃん、約束通り船はもらうよ。負けたのは事実だから、この船はパルテにあげてもいいけど。何？まだ条件があるの？そもそもこの船は私のじゃなくてパイ族から借りてるものだから。なんで借りたものをかけてんのよ。で、パイ族ってのは何？私聞いたことないんだけど。ご主人はそんなことも知らなかったの？パイ族ってのはモンスピ界に住んでる一族だよ。ここってモンスピ界なの？やったー、モンスピ界にたどり着いたんだ。モンスピ界は知ってるのにパイ族を知らないなんて変だね。名前だけ知ってて来たことなかったんだから仕方ないじゃん。パイ族ってのは船を作ったり直したりアイテムを売ったり買い取ったりしてくれるモンスピ界の便利屋な一族だぞ。モンスピ界は海ばっかりだから船がないと移動できないし、すごく不便で困るんだけど、パイ族は作ったパイ族船を私たちモンムスに貸してくれるすごくいい一族なんだよ。 その船は借金みたいなものだけど、いつかすごい宝を見つけて船ごと買い取るのが私の夢なんだ。
パイ族はそんなに言うほどいい一族じゃないと思うんだぎ。
パイ族船はいいことずくめみたいね。オットンは気に入らないみたいだけど、なんでワッフルちゃんはパイ族船乗ってないの？パイ族船ってパイ族しか動かし方わからないし、言葉も通じないからね。言葉通じないの？あ、でもジュエルちゃんは言葉が分かって話せるんだよね。当然私に分かるわけないだろ。
Wait,
今までどうしてたの？
why would hold on?
話はでき
If
ず
you
自分た
can't
ちで動かせない船だなんて
with
ど
the
こに
person
行った
that
かわ
runs
からな
the
い
ship,
よ。パイ
then
族
how are you
を倒
able
すか
to like
追い出すか
travel?
して強引に船を
Like,
奪う
period.
こともできなそうだし。
そんなこと考えてたのかお。いつも俺の予
But
想
that's
を
kind of the
超え
weird
て
thing
くじ。
about it. It's like, wait, how can you how can you like travel the seas in this ship if you don't know how to sail
俺の知
it
っている
and
人
you
間は
can't
そんな怖く
communicate
な
with
い
the
ん
people
だ
that
って。
can sail
ある手
it?
のせいで人間に
Like,
対
are
す
they
る
just
偏
is she
見
just
が
going
植え
with the
付けられ
flow
ているん
where
だ
these
じ。
guys want to go?
心配しなくてもなんとなくで大丈夫だ。パイ族勝手に理解してくれるし、今まで困ったことなんてないから。イカダも楽しいよ。みんなが乗れる大きいの作ればいいじゃん。ジュエルは置いていくけど、ワッフルちゃんのイカダはあっさり流されたでしょ。パイ族が言うこと聞いてくれるならこの船でいいよ。パイ族はいいやつらだから大丈夫だ。だからパイ族とこの船を大事にしてくれ。船の乗組員はパイ族だけじゃないでしょ。ジュエルちゃんも私のものなんだから、私と一緒に行くわよ。海だらけで船がないとジュエルちゃん困るでしょ。パイ族もまだ紹介してもらってないし、宝を探しながらゆっくり教えてもらうからね。パルテ、お前っていいやつだったんだな。私も宝探し一緒に頑張るから。ご主人ご主人、僕の方がすっごい役に立つからね。
俺もやるぜ。これからは仲間が増えた分まで体育の指導に力を入れるんだぜ。
みんな、私たちの目
Oh
標は
shit,
秘
it
宝
got
探し
dark.
よ。
My bad.
この羅針盤の示す先に宝はある。この船がいっぱいになるぐらい仲間を増やして、道なき道を切り開き、邪魔する敵をなぎ払って絶対に宝を手に入れるわよ。
それよりパルって、あれはどうなったんだじ。ほら、船に乗り込む前のあれだぜ。
あれ？あれってどれのことよ。
俺が船に最初に乗り込んだら何でも言うことを聞くと言ったぜ。どれからやってもらうか悩むんだぜ。
あんたが敵を倒して活躍したらの話でしょ。そもそも役に立ってないからダメ。そういうことは役に立ってから言ってよ。
そんなのひどいぜ。投げられた時点で成立しているのに完全に投げられそうだぜ。
There we go. 2 new party members. And they had the world map. Yep. It's really important to interact with every little thing in this game, so you're able to like find all the items. So you're gonna spend your time just casually sailing through the 7 seas, just, you know, finding small islands, maybe some like exclamation points, so you're able to like get extra loot, especially some of them that requires like for you to do for the side quests. I'm surprised they didn't let you that's what I'm looking for. I'm surprised they didn't let you get access to the shop yet. Yeah, like, hold on. She's supposed to be a D cup. Her model, sorry, her portrait portrays her D cup to be like, you know, oh yeah, it's pretty big. But then you get to the actual model. Like on the bikini, it's like, yeah, it's pretty accurate to her D cup size. But for some reason, when you use her like in-game sprite, or in-game model, like when she's dressed up in her like, I guess her regular outfit. Hold on, yeah, I know we can like swap characters and such. But when you go to here, it looks on the wait. Hold on a minute. No, it's actually. No, wait, it's actually D cup size. Wait, why did it look smaller when we fought her? Hold on. Am I just hallucinating? Yeah. Hold on. Because when I was looking at it, as like, you know, the cutscene was playing and shit, I was like, oh, damn. Her cup size is small here. But for some reason here, it's not. It's actually the size that her portrait portrays. Then why was it off for the cutscene that when we first meet her and when we first fought her? Kind of confused, not gonna lie. But yeah, I do want to level Waffle and Jewel up so we get access to their skills. Because I know that the first level up, they will get like a skill from it. Okay. Yeah, I feel like it is easier just kind of button mashing attack at this point because of how high I made Harute attack status. So yeah, I think that's like a pretty good choice that I did. Yeah, we'll just get the first level up for the two new girls. And then we go to the world map and explore it for a bit to like, you know, get any small items that's probably available at the start and then just continue on with the story. I'll say I'll stop playing 7 Pirates once we get to the next dungeon, which isn't gonna take long because I know we're gonna go through like 2 boss battles and we'll get 2 girls, and then we get access to the next dungeon afterwards.
やったいいもの取れた。こっちか待ってました。潰れろ。僕の勝ち。さあやっちゃうよ。楽しいね。
Yeah, I don't mind wasting it.
僕からの贈り物。はいあげる。もう一つあげるね。はい。褒めてよ。いいもの取れた。いいもの取れた。さあやっちゃうよ。いくよ。吹っ飛べ。僕のか来た来た。いくよ。当たって。
It still killed it, but it made like a little dump noise. It's not even like a smack. It's just like a little dump.
隙あり。来た来た。切り刻む。立ち止まっていられ。いいもの取れた。気持ちいい。僕だね。
It's gonna one. Oh, it didn't one shot.
とどめだ。勝つってた。敵私かシュート。勝つって楽しいな。いいもの取れた。
Okay, literally one more battle left, and then they level up.
敵だよ。僕だね。ちぎれろ。もう一ついくね。僕の勝ち。
Yippee! Alright, now let's go back to the ship. Unfortunately, we don't have like escape like items, which will let us get out of the dungeon anytime we want. We have to unlock the shop for it, and we do need to spend like a good amount of money to get one. So I'll probably... I feel like the only way for us to grind a lot of money is just by killing everything or selling like specific items we find later on.
いいもの取れた。出発。上陸。出発。上陸。出発。
Alright, so let's just do our level up. Wait, I don't remember. Wait, I want to try to increase my agility a bit. Hold on. Okay, yeah, so we'll sacrifice some defense for more agility. Just make her more of a glass cannon.
こうかな。
There we go. Yeah. Seems even. I like this. Oh. This one's cute. You get to see her tail. Where's her... Wait. Is this supposed to be her ears? Like this little hair flap? These two hair flaps. Because she's supposed to be like a dog girl of sorts. Although her tail doesn't look like it. It looks more like a cat to me. Because she's like a colhid? I forgot how they pronounce it. But I do know you can switch the swimsuits. So it looks like, you know, the swimsuits are more like flesh color. Like it's more on the, yeah, flesh color side. So it makes it look like they're kind of nude in the distance. But I kind of like these more, to be honest. I like these regular swimsuits a lot more. I think they look nicer. I feel like the only character that probably fits like the skin color swimsuit would probably be, yeah, maybe her. And there's another character later on that I remember seeing it on her, and I'm like, yeah, that looks better on her. Let's see, she has more defense. Well, her stats lean more glass cannon side. I don't want to increase her bust size though. That's the thing. Let's go softer. Provoke. Okay, so yeah, she's meant to be like kind of a glass can. Well, not glass cannon. She's meant to be kind of tanky-ish. But I guess like I think there might be a way for you to manipulate the enemy not to hit her often while she can like do damage to them. Because it's weird that she has provoke, but her defense is like on the lower side. But I'm assuming that the bonus part is like, oh, the more level ups you give her, the more defense she gets, so she becomes more of a tank character as you pump in levels. What about you? Oh! Wait, hold on. Yeah, this one looks nice on Jewel as well. Okay. For Jewel's case, she's more of a well-balanced character. But I do know that she learns skills later on that's really great for like grinding, like to kill enemy mobs quickly and whatnot. So let's just increase her attack so she can like succeed in that. Chance blow. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Hold on. So yeah, this is the thing I'm talking about. This here. Normal attack also hits one enemy other than the target. So in other words, when you hit the enemy, it will also hit the enemy next to them as well. So it is better for us to invest in her attack, so she's able to like, you know, do massive amounts of damage and whatnot. Also, E-cup size. Let me look at this. E-cup ain't bad. E-cup looks pretty nice on her. So yeah. But before we continue on, I'll take this as an opportunity for a BRB break. So take this as you guys' opportunity for your own BRB break. Get a snack, get a drink, use the restroom. I'll be back. It might take a little longer because I need to leave out some things to defrost for me to like cook for like lunch and dinner. So yeah. I might take a little longer than usual, guys. So yeah, so BRB time. So guys, have fun. Alright. I'm back. I got myself some more snacks, like some more fruits, so I can like, chew on while like we're just playing and streaming. I wanna, but yeah, I'm back, guys. So yeah, there's nothing new that we can go grab and such. So it's fine for us to continue on with the events. Wait, I don't even think this is a swimsuit, girl. This is just your pirate outfit. The only time I thought of a swimsuit is the one that we see when you're doing the booba training. I think that's the swimsuit, which is, by the way, really good. I like her swimsuit a lot. Like, regular design-wise, yes, I think it's pretty good. Although I think, like, I'm debating between hers or one girl a little later on in the game, where I'm like, yeah, I like that girl's swimsuit a lot more and such. Like, that sort of thing. I'm like debating between those two.
そんなことしてないんだぜ。というより、パルテの服は丸見えなんだから、今さら見られるとか関係ないんじゃないかを。
気分の問題よ。例えば胸の部分が見えるのと、じーっと見られるのでは違うでしょ。
気になるなら普通に腰に巻いた方がいいんじゃないかを。しょう
がないでしょ。私の手じゃ大きくて着れないし、そのまま巻くと靴に当たって汚れるんだから。
だったら無理に着なくても、なんなら俺が巻きついてやってもいいんだ。
You're pretty sure you wear high heels compared to the other girls. The other girls are a lot taller than you, not gonna lie. Sorry, girl.
俺がパイ族だじ。というか、視線の主はこいつだじ。
それじゃあ、ここがジュエルちゃんの言っていたパイ族のお店みたいね。パイ族って可愛いじゃない。船を作ってるなんて言うから、もっとごつい一族かと思ったよ。
They're meant to be more cuter.
パイ族を甘く見るのは良くないんだじ。
見
た目に騙されて油断していると痛い目に遭うんだじ。
やけに突っかかるじゃん。なんかあったの？はい。こら、もうくすぐったいよ。
ああ、だから言ったのに。そのおっぱいは俺のおっぱいなんだじ。かくなる上は俺も飛びつくんだじ。
何がかくなる上なのよ。いいわけないでし
ょ。俺はただパルテを守ろうとしただけなんだじ。
はい。もうパイ族が怖がってるじゃない。これから一緒に旅するんだから仲良くしてよ。ほら、よしよし。パイん？何これ、くれるの
？Oh, look at that. They're nicer to her compared to the other monster girls.
ありがとう。私もなんかあったらアイテム買わせてもらうからね。パイ族っておとなしそうな一族じゃない。それにあんたが妙に対抗してたわけが分かったよ。パイ族が可愛いから焼いてたんだ。
まさかパルテは俺の愛くるしさがパイ族に劣っているというのかを許せないんだじ。
なんで対抗してるのよ。ああ、でもあんたもアイテムをくれれば、いえ、お宝をくれれば可愛く見えるかもね。
鬼だじ。パルテはもっと可愛く見せる努力をした方がいいじ。
So yeah, the boobykins. So the more you find them, the more the game's inventory, like in terms of the shop, increases. They also give you like skills as well if you reach like a certain amount of them. I know there's another one where their whole purpose is to give you like a bunch of like info, like you're seeing here, where it's pretty much side quests essentially, and it does help you out in the long run because you do get some interesting like tidbits from them and even like hidden treasure as well. Alright. These seas are full of boobykins. The more you have, the better they can support you in battle. And the more more items will be available to you in the shop. We should keep an eye out for more of these comrades.
Bye.
All the living things in these oceans have pheromones. Some advantageous, others not. Damage against advantageous ones is increased, and the damage received from them is lessened. The opposite is true for disadvantageous ones. Okay, it's basically them explaining like the mechanics. Not really any secrets that we can get from that. Let's see, demon. Yeah, we have to like fight these two bosses, which you get right away, by the way, to get to the next dungeon. For exchanging... Hold on. Yeah, we can just make one of that. Let's do something like this, because there's no enemies in the early game that would give you paralyze until later on in the game. This one, no, probably you. I don't know how I feel about this one. It's like, I guess more attack power, so we can take advantage of the of her skills, like chance blow. Poison is pretty good, since I know like the bosses we're gonna face right now, they don't have any resistances to poison, so we can take advantage of that. Oh, there it is. Alright, let's do this one first, and then we make our way to these ones, which I know are going to be like the boss battles. I don't remember if this one's the boss battle or not, but it's important.
Yatta! 誘い続けていた甲斐があったってものだ。船の良さを分かってもらうために乗せてあげて止めてあげてご飯もあげたっけ。ワッフルのついでに珍しい人間とモンムスまで仲間になって、これから私の時代が来るぞ。あーでも貧乏だとみんなに見放されるかもしれないし、稼げるってとこを見せてやるぞ。よし、みんなが船になれる前に私がガンガン活躍して威厳を示すぞ。
I can tell that Jewel is meant to be like the character everyone bullies, which kind of makes sense given that like your first impression of the lady is literally like, yeah, she's really bullyable. Like you just look at her and you're like, yeah, she's easy to tease. Like there's no way she ain't. I mean, I wonder if that's the reason why she gets like super masochist from like her initial like equipment like setup, because she just gets bullied all the time. I'm assuming that's probably the reason why. So yeah, these have to be the boss battles then. So let's do that.
ここが私の船だよ。だけど海賊ってのはどうしてこうどいつもこいつも片付けができないのよ。人間もモンムスもパイ族も。
Yeah, I can relate to that. I know I'm saying this with like a kind of a messy room, but I can relate to the idea of like, you know, oh man, I hate when things are a mess. I need to clean up.
隅から隅までピカピカにするよ。うりゃーとりゃー。
Wait, what? Where's the boss battle? I remember you get asked to it. Is this it? Is this the boss battle? So we just go through the like 2 events where it's more lighthearted and then we get to the boss battle?
やっぱりジュエルの船は大きいな。流されちゃった僕のとは大違いだね。買って知ったるジュエルの船だけど、何か変わったとこないか探してみよっと。ところどころ濡れてるのはジュエルが通った後かな。相変わらずだな。あ、この傷は昔ふざけてて傷つけちゃったんだよね。まだあったんだ。懐かしい。ゲッ、船にひびが入った。きっとジュエルのせいで腐ってたんだ。甲板ならこれぐらい平気だし、バレたら謝ればいいよね。
It's kind of funny how they are lifetime friends, but Waffle seems to like do everything in her own beat. Like she's so quick to like ditch Jewel and like just listen to Parute, because like Parute is considered her master and shit, but yet she kind of like goofs around with Jewel a lot to the point where it's clear that the two are close. But she at the same time doesn't really care about her. It's so funny. It's like a weird contrast or like kind of a paradoxical thing, but I think that's nice. But yeah, it seems like she has known for a long time and she's able to like tell like, yeah, this is what Jewel does. It's like normal her.
Yosh, 逃げよっと。出発。出発。順調順調。船があって方角もわかるなんて、これなら秘宝集めも楽勝よ。おっと、羅針盤の方角は合ってる？
ちょっと確かめてみるんだぜ。
うわあ、何？
ああ！
ギャー！敵襲だ！みんな逃げろ！何かが船にぶつかったみたい。木でも流れてたのかも。それと逃げるとこなんてないからね。
あ、ぶつかっただけなんだ。それなら逃げる必要ないし、よかった。
オットンが落ちた以外は大丈夫そうね。それよりジュエルちゃん慌てすぎ。船が揺れたくらいでどうかしたの？
別に全然慌ててないぞ。ただちょっとこの辺には嫌な思い出があって。 さっさと通り過ぎよう。
それはひどいんじゃないかな。
げげ、この声は。
もしかして私にぶつかっておいてただで済むと思ってないよね。あなたたちの船を沈めちゃおっかな。
Oh, look at that. It's Mal, the voice actress. She's really popular. She's mostly known for being the voice actress for Nermaya, a very popular character in Grand Blue Fantasy. But I mostly know her, well, I do know her from Nermaya, but I also know her for like, I believe she was the singer for like the Neptunia openings for like a good chunk of them. Let me double check this. Hold on. Oh no, she voices Falcom in the Neptune games. The maker character that's based on Falcom. Wait, is she really only Falcom? I thought she sung the openings. Let me check. Wait, I need to double check these things. Hold on, I need to check this. It's gonna bug the hell out of me. Hold on. Mystery Season Silver Spoon. Yeah, I watched that anime. Death Parade. Yeah, I remember that one. Oh, I know that character. Hold on. Season Over. Oh, I remember that one. Oh yeah, I remember. She's like the, I wouldn't call her gloomy. She's like the dark hair, sweater wearing girl in like Idolmaster Cinderella Girls. Yeah, I remember that was also, yeah, she was the voice actor in that one too. She was that character's voice. I remember her. I remember her mostly because like she was one of the idol characters in that generation that I liked other than the cowgirl. So yeah, I'm like looking through her like her roles. A lot of it is like in anime Among Us. But a lot of it is in anime and anime movies. I'm looking for the video game ones. That's the important one. She was Call in Mighty Number 9. Oh, okay. So she was Call. She's the main girl in Knights of Azure, which I have played. She was the ninja girl in Omega Labyrinth. Wait, it was the ninja girl? I couldn't tell because her voice was a lot more quiet in that game to like, you know, portray her more as a you know, stealthy person. So, I didn't know she had that kind of vocal range. That's interesting. Let's see. Yeah, most people are only familiar with her Rune Maya because of Grand Blue Fantasy, but yeah.
それは困る。さっきの船の揺れはあんたにぶつかったせいなの？ええ、私はクラーケンのモンスター娘のクラレット。気持ちよく海を漂っていたのにぶつかってくるなんてひどいんじゃないかな。ぶつかったのは悪かったよ。ごめんなさい。でもわざとじゃないし、海を漂ってたあんたも悪いよ。でもほら見てよ、おかげで頭にこんな大きなコブができちゃった。ひどいよ。そこ帽子じゃん。あんまり痛そうに見えないし、コブなんてどこにあるの？それだけじゃなくて服もこんなにびしょびしょだよ。どうしてくれるのかな？それは全く関係ないよ。海を
Okay,
漂っ
so
て
she
たあん
didn't
たの
sing
せ
the
いでしょ。
Neptune opening. She sung the openings for Princess Connect. That was a cool gacha game. Sad that it died in the West. It's still
つ
kind of
まり
alive
自
in
分たち
Japan.
が悪くないと言い張るのかな。悪くないと思うんだけど。僕も悪くないと思うよ。ぶつかったのはお互い様だもん。分かった。じゃあ船を沈めるのは勘弁してあげる。その代わり宝を全て置いていってもらえないかな。そんなのダメに決まってるでしょ。人が下手に出ていれば調子に乗って、こっちはあんたの身ぐるみ剥いてもいいのよ。私としては言うことを聞いておいた方がいいと思うんだけど、お仕置きが必要かな。ジュエルちゃんは私の怖さを分かってるよね。ジュエルちゃんの知り合いなの？
いや、知り合いってわけじゃなくて、何度か私の宝を強引に奪ったんだ。ひどいやつなんだ。私も本当はもっと遠くの海までお宝を探しに行きたいんだけど、なぜかクラレットとぶつかっていけないんだ。
私は別に戦わなくてもいいのに、ジュエルちゃんはいつも挑んでくるんだよ。今まで私が負けたことはないかな。そんなにぶつかったんだ。その度に負けて宝を奪われたなんてかわいそう。だからジュエルって貧乏だったんだね。
私は別に弱くないってば。でもクラレットは海賊から宝を奪う海賊だから、戦い慣れててずるいんだ。
へえ、面白いじゃない。モンムスの一人や二人倒せないようじゃ、いつか宝を奪われるだけよね。ジュエルちゃんの仲間だけあって私と戦う気なんだ。ところでこれが何かわかるかな？あ、ホットンだ。あっさり捕まっちゃって変なことでも考えてたんでしょ。
ワッフルは俺を何だと思ってるんだぜ。海に落ちていきなり捕まったから何もできなかったんだぜ。
私が落ちてきたのを拾ったんだけど、お宝を渡すなら無事に返すよ。さすがは海賊、人質を取っていたなんて。夫は私たちの大切な仲間、見捨てるなんて。
おお、パルって俺のことをそんなに思っていてくれたなんて嬉しいんだぜ。
I don't think she actually cares about you, dude, because because I kind of know what's gonna happen next.
でも私たちも海賊、情には流されない。涙を飲んで、おっとはあんたにあげるから、これで今回のことはなかったことにしよう。
おいパルってそれはないんだぜ。苦楽を共にした俺を見捨てるのかを。
She only known you
本人
for
は
a
こう言っ
day.
てるけど、本当にもらっちゃっていいの？でもいらないし、売れるかな。
パルって
ち、 役に立たないわね。この場は連れて行かれといて、後で宝を奪って戻ってくるぐらいできないの？
できるか。俺に無茶を言い過ぎだぜ。
そもそもあんたがぶつかったせいでオットンは落ちたんじゃない。ジュエルちゃんが何度か奪われてる話からすると、わざとぶつかったんでしょ。やっぱりわかる？ジュエルちゃんは全然気づかなかったけど、普通の子みたいだね。
わざとだったのか。全然気づかなかったぞ。いつも私が悪いみたいに言いやがって。
僕はジュエルがかわいそうすぎて泣けてきた。
なんでそんな遠回りなことをしたんだじ。
ぶつかった相手なら宝を置いていってくれることが多いからかな。それ当たり屋じゃん。他の船ならともかく、私の船にぶつかるなんて絶対許さない。
よくも今まで騙してくれたな。パルテ、ワッフル、やるぞ。積年の恨みを晴らすんだ。
僕は全く恨みが積もってないけど、ジュエルがかわいそうだから頑張るよ。ジュエルちゃんの仲間だけあって威勢がいいね。私も今日は戦いになると思ってたし、みんなお仕置きかな。さあやっちゃうよ。行くよ。
So, like I said, since this is still the early game, this boss battle ain't gonna be that difficult, to be honest. And
お願い
there's
ね。
a reason why.
行くよ。だね。私か。
It's because you can do so much damage to her
やったね。
with Palette.
私かな。
But, sorry,
覚悟はいいかな。
But because of that, you can just technically just spam your skills with her, as long as you have the necessary MP for it. And then,
これで
you
ぶっ
know,
飛ばす。
just GG at that point.
疾風だね。
Yeah, see, look, does one critical, and she's practically almost dead.
弱くなれ。
The poison also does do a good amount of damage. Like, it takes away a good amount of HP.
海に沈め。僕だね。よいしょ。行くよ。これでぶっ飛ばす。疾風。私が沈むなんて立ち止まっていられないよ。むぎゅー。あへへ。何がお仕置きを偉そうに。3対1で勝てると思ってたなら私たちをなめすぎだよ。船を襲ってるってのもせこい脅しをしてただけだったんだね。僕たちのチームワークなら楽勝だよ。
やったー。積年の恨みを晴らしたぞ。私の成長を思い知ったか。仲間を得るという大成長を遂げたんだぞ。
お前ら言い過ぎだじ。調子に乗ると痛い目に遭うんだじ。
Harute did most of the work because she's naturally,
今日のところは帰る
because
け
of
ど
her pheromones.
またどこか
Yeah,
の
it's
海
called
でぶつ
pheromones.
かりましょう。
Because of her pheromones having an advantage against
倒
hers.
せる時にもっと
We're
倒してお
green,
くんだ。
hers is blue. We beat her.
ジュエルちゃんダメだよ。憎しみからは何も生まれない。身ぐるみを剥いで宝はもらうだけにしよう。
逃がすと思ってるのか。倒せる時にもっと倒しておくんだ。
そんなひどい。あなたたちそういうこと言っちゃうんだ。こんな船沈めちゃった。ちょっと待ってよ。それは話が違くない？
だから調子に乗るなとあれほど。せっかく勝ったのに船を沈められるなんて嫌なんだぜ。
ああ、どうしようどうしよう。うわー、これ揺れてすっごい楽しいね。 沈みそうな時って海賊が阻止してくれたりしないのかな。ジュエルちゃんどうなの？
そんなのわかんないぞ。襲われて助けてくれたことはなかったけど、今まで沈められることなんてなかったから。それより早く逃げないと。なんでみんなそんなに冷静なんだ。
別に船くらい沈んでもいいかなって。イカダなんてしょっちゅう沈んでたし。なぜか人が慌ててるのを見ると冷静になるじゃん。私はこの程度のことで慌てないって優越感に浸れるし、そう思わない？
I get what she means. It is important to not panic in scenarios. It's nice to have a cool mind, like, you know, be cool-headed. But at the same time, I don't think this is the good reason to why to be cool-headed. It's kind of a oh dear.
思わないぞ。そんな優越感のために死にたくないし、私は諦めないぞ。
でもジュエルは少し落ち着いた方がいいじ。船は揺らしたくらいじゃ沈まないし、慌ててると危ないんだじ。
あ、止まったみたい。諦めたのかな。
うわ、なんかこっち見てるんだけど、怖いからワッフルが追っ払ってきてよ。
しょうがないな。ここは僕に任せてよ。ねえねえクラレット、これぐらいじゃこの船は全然沈まないよ。クラレットの力はそんなものなの？
ほらワッフル、なんてこと言うんだ。これじゃ本当に沈んじゃうよ。
僕言われた通りに追い払ったのにな。
さっきより激しいが、今度はもう止まるみたいだじ。
また見てるんだけど、でも恐れることはない。私は勝ったんだ。ガツンと言って追い払ってやる。
大丈夫よジュエルちゃん、私に任せて。クラレットちゃん、私たちは秘宝ってすごいのを探しに行くけど、もう船を襲うのなんてやめて一緒に来ない？私が宝に困ってるように見えるのかな。ジュエルちゃんが面白いからからかって遊んでいるだけだよ。一緒に来ればジュエルちゃんをいつでもからかえるよ。
おいパルテ、なんてこと言うんだよ。
I guess that's one way to recruit someone.
パルテは僕のことも勝手にかけてたし、ジュエルも OK してたのに、自分さえ良ければいいの？
それとこれとは別の問題だ。
どうしようかな。でも本人は嫌がってるみたいだよ。そんなのジュエルちゃんが照れてるだけに決まってるじゃん。そんなに誘われたら迷っちゃうかな。ジュエルちゃんも照れてるなんて可愛いとこあるね。うりうり。
痛いってやめてよ。これ脅迫だ。私は負けないぞ。
私はジュエルちゃんと仲良くなるため強くしてあげようと鍛えてるだけなのに、愛が伝わるようにもっと厳しくしちゃおうかな。
もう十分伝わったし、クラレットと一緒に宝探ししたい。早く仲間になって、そして攻撃をやめて。
こんなにお願いされたらしょうがないかな。仲間になってあげましょう。ジュエルに仲のいい仲間ができてよかったね。あなたたちはなかなか面白いから退屈はしなくて済みそうかな。私はこの辺の海に詳しいし何でも聞いてよ。なるほど、クラレットちゃんありがとう。これからよろしくね。仲間も増えたし、そろそろ秘宝を見つけるよ。出発。
Yeah, so there's like another event, and then after that event, we get to the second boss that I mentioned, and that will give us enough like materials for the side
上
quest.
陸。
And then the side quest will be like, oh hey, congratulations, here's like a good chunk of the world map. Congrats. Yeah, let's put more points into agility, since, like I said, I don't really care about defense. I don't think defense is what we need for her. We're just gonna capitalize on her strength and her agility. Hi, Misa. Hope you're doing good today. Yeah, I'm doing fine, man. Hey, how are ya? Let me give you a shout out. Hold on. Alright, there you go. That was interesting gameplay. Yeah, this is Seven Pirates Moon. So it's part of the Genkai Toki series of like Compile Heart and Ideal Factory. If you're wondering like what is that series about? Basically, each game is like just designed to be filled with all kinds of like lewd jokes. Like, it's the literal embodiment of like, yeah, the world building is literally built around dirty jokes. There are literal enemies that are just like actual like genitalia, but it's styled in a way where it just looks like it rather than it actually being it. And whatnot. You have like hairy balls, a pervert, and well, a mushroom, but you can kind of tell that it looks like a male genitalia and whatnot. An ass, a butt, a banana. Well, a very seductive banana. You know, stuff like that. But each game from that franchise does cover like a different gameplay mood. Like, for example, the first one was called like Monster Moe Piece. That one is a card game. It's a card game / like base defense game. I'm not like kidding with that statement. That's the best way I would describe the first game of the franchise. Like Monster Moe Piece, it's a card game base defense game. It's like a two weird mixture that actually kind of works out in the end. But that's the best way I would describe it. And whatnot. You have that one. It's like you literally have like funny gotcha mechanics in that one as well. But for that one, it's like card game based, so it's like not really much for me to say for that moon. But the next one's moon, that's the ones I want to talk about. So hold on, let me hide my screen because I don't want you guys to see like my Switch stuff. Hold on. This is the interesting part, Moon. So let me look for it. So yet the next few games for that franchise. This one is called Bolero Chronicles. So that one is a dungeon crawler, like, you know, Mary Skelter, Etrian Odyssey, etc. It's like that, Moon, except the gimmick for it is that all the party members you get are monster girls that you have to fight in the dungeons in order to recruit them. It's pretty much like Moemon, if you remember that like funny like fan hack of like the Pokemon games. It's pretty much Moemon, but in a first-person dungeon crawler format. Like every party member you get is a monster girl. And whatnot. Like it's really funny. So yeah, this one I would say it's kind of on the okay side in terms of gameplay. I think it's an okay game, but I like the sequel more, which is called Moero Crystal. I do have the game, but physically, let me show you. Hold on. So yeah, so it did get a sequel moon in the form of Moero Crystal. And the best way I would describe this one is that it's actually a prototype version of like Mary Skelter. Like I'm not kidding with that statement, Moon, because like I have a fun fact. So back when Mary Skelter came out on the PS Vita, people managed to like extract the files from the game. Just to like rip the files and such. See what's inside and whatnot for like archive purposes. So when people ripped the files for the original Mary Skelter back on PS Vita, they found like testing assets that they used to like test out the game's engine and whatnot. And in those testing assets, people found out that it's literally characters in the UI from this game, from Moe Crystal. And because of that, I thought to myself like, yeah, that actually makes sense now, because I did play this on PS Vita, by the way, where it was like Japanese only. It did got an English release, for like Switch. So like Moon, if you're like, oh man, I want to play these like dungeon crawler games, you can play on your Switch. It's on PC, unfortunately, but yeah. So when I was playing the game back on PS Vita, which was Japanese only, I was playing Druid, and I went like, it feels like Mary Skelter. Like it had like similar like elemental system and how like the general pacing went. And I went like, and then I found out about that, and I'm like, oh, that's why, because Moe Crystal was literally the basis for Mary Skelter in terms of how the engine ran and like the general mechanics and elements and such. So that makes a lot of sense to me. No, but like yeah, that's like the cool fact. So yeah, this game pretty much like it's pretty much what led to Mary Skelter. Like this game's entire like gameplay flow and the engine and the elemental system they use in Crystal is the one that they use for the original Mary Skelter back on PS Vita and whatnot. And it's pretty cool and interesting, that is to say. But see, I'm doing okay at work right now. I'm only on my 15-minute break. Okay, that's cool to hear. Well, I hope work goes well for you, because I remember on your last stream you said that work didn't do so well. So because of that, I'm like, well, damn, that sucks. I hope this time it actually goes well for you. I hope it isn't terrible like the last time you mentioned that work was terrible, which was your last stream. So I'm assuming that was yesterday. But yeah, I hope things go well today compared to yesterday and whatnot. But like yeah, what was I in my usual ramblings, Moon? Oh yeah, Seven Pirates. So Seven Pirates is like the next game after like Boe Crystal. So for Seven Pirates case, they decided like, okay, it's not gonna be like a first person dungeon crawler anymore. It's going to be more like a derp it's gonna be more like 3D, like kind of like the Neptunia games, like 3D feel, 3D models and such. But the way how we handle the level up system is that when you get a level up, you need to enter a mini game called Booba Training, where the general idea is that you're supposed to like train the boobs a specific matter for you to get certain stat ups and whatnot. And I will show you like how they explain it. Just let me swap the games back. But yeah, Moon, so when you get a level up, the game's like, hey, congratulations, you can do the booba training and like get stats from it and whatnot. So the way how it works is that there's like different parameters, as you can see here, you know, height, size, softness, firmness, cleavage, perkiness, and such. And if you're wondering like, so what do these parameters do? Like, what does it affect? So basically, depending on like which thing you're leaning towards, it will get you like a certain bonus in a specific stat and whatnot. Like for example, let's say, I really want a bigger cup size. I'm not fine being like, I don't know, an A cup, maybe a B cup. I kind of want to go on the bigger side. I want to be like a D cup or something. So you decide to like increase your cup size, and the bigger you increase your cup size, the more attack you get from the level up. But if you're like not a fan of big tits, I'd rather be flat and whatnot, so you decide to go with a more flatter chest, which gives you more agility when you level up and whatnot. And then you have other factors too, Moon, like, oh, I want it to be a little higher, so if you do higher, you get more HP. If you do lower, you get more agility. If you're like, I want to be a little bit more perky than usual, then the more perky it is, the more attack you get. The lower your perkiness is, the more HP you get. So there's like a balance of sorts of like, you know, one increases one stat while decreasing the other one, while going the opposite method will do the opposite way. This is a nice leveling up system. Yeah, it does affect like the 3D models, Moon. Like you do actually get to see like the changes when you do this level up system, and it does influence like the physics of when you're like moving around the map, and the characters are like, you know, kind of bouncing a little bit and whatnot. Sometimes if you focus on one particular stat, Moon, it can literally just bounce like it's center and Kagura. Like it gets ridiculously bouncy if you focus on specific stats. It's so hilarious. They do change. Yeah, it does. Like it 100% changes like everything of them. And yeah, work is slightly better today. Well, I'm glad for that. I hope that it gets better as the days go by and whatnot, because let's be honest with, I'm gonna be honest with you all, like especially those that do have like a job and such. We never want to have a terrible work day. Like, it's fine to have, like, a work day where you're like, okay, is this a regular work day? I feel nothing from it. Or having a good day. Like, those are fine, in my opinion. Those are, like, what most people should get. But a shitty work day is something that no one wants to have, no matter what. Doesn't matter what kind of job you have, no matter how demanding or less demanding the job is, no one wants a shitty work day. Like, you're gonna feel miserable by the end of it. And whatnot. Like, that is something I'm able to relate to. Like, I really like, there will be times in my work where it ends up being a shitty day, and I remember just feeling a bit bummed out at the end. Not even angry, by the way, just like extremely bummed out, and I just kind of like want to shut down and just pass out at home, just like sleep it off at that point. But yeah. And everything. But yeah, that's how the level up system works, Moon. And the changes are apparent. Like, you do get to see it. And whatnot, which is pretty cool, in my opinion. But yeah, there's all kinds of other funny stuff too, Moon. Like, you notice how the characters have like an MP? You're thinking like, oh, that's like magic, yeah? No. MP doesn't mean magic points. MP means Muramura points. And if you're going like Mizu, I don't know Japanese, what does Muramura mean? Muramura means horny. So in other words, if you were to actually translate it, it means horny points. So it should have been HP instead. But because of them using HP for like, you know, health, they kind of settle with like, yeah, we'll just go with Muramura points. So it looks like MP. So you're able to tell like, okay, you spend MP to use skills. And whatnot. So you spend horny points to use skills, Moon. Like, think about it, Moon. Imagine like you're like casting a spell, but instead of being told like, oh, you need to spend your MP, they're like, no, you need to spend your horny points to like cast a spell and shit. That's literally what it is. No, why not? Like, I don't know. It's just funny to me. So the interesting thing about MP is that if you reach a certain amount, it does increase your stats and makes you enter like certain stages and whatnot. Think of it as like, you know, genocide slash massacre mode, you know, goddess form for Neptunia, glitch mode for like Death End. You know, it's just a transformation in general. And whatnot. So for 200 MP, by the way, that's like the cap. Like MPO will always cap at 200, by the way. So when you add 200 MP, you are aroused, which just boosts all your stats. But also, you become immune to all status effects. So that means, Moon, if you're fighting a boss that's like, you know, oh, they like to spam paralyze or confuse like it's Pokemon and shit. Well, if your character is aroused, they will be immune to it. Like, they can't get paralyzed or confused. So you're like, oh, I can take advantage of this. Not only I'm like hitting harder, but I'm immune to the annoying status effects of this boss. So so it's easier for me to like, you know, take them down, essentially. So yeah, that's like probably the best way I will describe it. Also, like, when you get to 200, you can't use like a special move, and all the characters have one and whatnot. And they usually do like a huge amount of damage. They're kind of designed to like be boss killer techniques to begin with. So yeah, there's that. But you don't stay aroused for a long, Moon. You can only last... Well, sorry, it only lasts for like 5 turns. When that happens, your character goes back to like 0 NP, so you kind of have to like, you know, rebuild it from scratch essentially. But it doesn't like do anything like, you know, instant kill you, like in Death and Request case, where if you accidentally get to like 100 corruption, you just immediately conk it, you just fucking die. But for this game's case, it's like, no, if you get to like, if you lose like all your MP, it does not kill you. You just have to rebuild everything from scratch and whatnot. It's okay. And whatnot, but yeah. So far, we only did like the first few. Well, I would say this is only like the first few hours, Moon. So far, all we're doing is like, you know, doing the tutorial, getting more characters, listening to the banter. And I know for a fact, Moon, that once we beat this event here, we're going to unlock more of the world map and enter the second dungeon. But I'm gonna like call it off there, and we're gonna swap games to something else and whatnot. So yeah, that's like the grand plan right now.
私がジュエルちゃんの乗ってる船に乗るなんてなんか変な気分かな。
乗せてはやるが、私を先輩として尊敬し、ジュエル先輩と呼ぶんだ。私に感謝しながら乗るんだぞ。わかったか？
それだと僕もジュエル先輩って呼ばないといけないのか。なんか面倒だな。
いやいや、ワッフルは必要ないって。ワッフルは友達だから、私と対等に呼び捨てでいいぞ。
思えば私もジュエルちゃんとは長い付き合いだからもう友達かな。呼び捨てとは言わないけど今まで通りジュエルちゃんでいいよね。
Sounds good. Yeah, that's like the grand plan right now.
ダメだ。私は今までの私とは違う。クラレットに勝った私だ。先輩である私を敬え。
ちょっと勝ったぐらいでずいぶん調子に乗らせちゃったかな。
なんだ、やる気か。 どちらの実力が上かはっきりさせてやる。こっちにはワッフルがいるんだぞ。
僕が数に入ってたら実力示せないから一人で示してよ。
ワッフルは私を見捨てるのか。一人でクラレットにかなうわけないだろ。
I'm gonna go back to work now, but I'll be lurking. No problem, Moon. Thank you for the lurk and like, you know, taking your 15-minute break to like, you know, interact with me and such. I do appreciate it a lot. So I hope work goes well for you today.
今まで奪った
I
り
hope
し
it
て
doesn't
ご
go
めん
shitty
ね。
like
これ
last
からは
time.
仲間なんだから
I hope today will be
仲良くしましょう。
more of a, I
お
would say okay work
分
day
かっ
for
て
you.
くれればいいんだ。
So yeah, I do appreciate it. So yeah, thank
おお
you.
クラレットは大人だね。それに比べてジュエルは
クラレット意地悪してごめん。最近急に賑やかになって調子に乗ってたんだ。
おおジュエルも偉い。これでみんな仲良しだね。
私はクラレットがバカにして殴ったりしなければそれでいいんだ。名前も好きに呼んでくれていいぞ。
仲良くはしたいけど手は出しちゃうかもしれないからそれは約束できないかな。
おいこら、そこは約束しろよ。お願いだから。
出発。
Alright, time to do this event where we're gonna fight a boss.
さあみんな、私がご飯作ってあげたよ。遠慮せず食べなさい。くんくん。うわー、いい匂い。さすがご主人は何でもできるね。まあね、この船に料理ができる部屋があってよかった。簡単なものなら作れそうだよ。
あの部屋はいらない部屋だと思ってたんだけど、パルテのおかげで役に立ったぞ。
料理か。すごく美味しそう。人間って器用でこういうの得意だったね。
このロープは何なのよ。外れないわ。
Oh yeah, I remember this one too. It's mostly because like this character in particular, she really does dress lightly. Like this portrait isn't like lying to you. She does dress really lightly to the point where it's like, yeah, it is really easy for her to have like a wardrobe function and you're just able to see like practically everything. So it's kind of funny that right now everything's just conveniently covered just perfectly. This happens to like, you know, be covered just exactly like that.
なんだあれ。誰かロープに絡まってるぞ。
ねえねえ、そんなところで何してるの？ロープに絡まるなんて楽しそうだね。
全然楽しくないわよ。こんなところにロープの罠を仕掛けるなんて、なんて卑劣な。ひどい。今すぐ下ろしなさい。下ろせって言われてもあんなところ届かないし、どうすればいいんだ。
揺らせば落ちるんじゃないかな。私の揺らしテクニックを見せてあげるよ。
縄が閉まる。やめて。おいクラレット、揺らしすぎだ。壊れるだろう。
あ、落ちた。でも無事に降りれてよかったね。
全然無事じゃないわよ。
で、あんたは何者でなんでロープに絡まってたの？
私はデーモンのモンスター娘のサキュラ。空を散歩していたらいい匂いがしたので来たら罠に引っかかったの。こんな卑劣な罠を仕掛けるなんて、あなたたちは私以上に悪魔だわ。
私たち罠なんて仕掛けてないよ。船にはロープはついてるものなのによく今まで無事だったね。
ロープだけじゃなくて問題なのは匂いの方よ。匂いに夢中でロープに気づけなかったわ。
それって食い意地が張ってただけで、もしかしてあなたバカな子なんじゃないかな？
悪魔に対してバカとはあなたの方がバカなのでは？悪魔の恐ろしさを味わわせてあげようかしら。
ちょっとクラレットちゃんバカにしすぎ。怒らしちゃったじゃん。本当のことでももっとやんわり言わないと。
あなたもバカにしてるわね。本当に分からせてあげた方が良さそうね。必殺の魅了攻撃。
あれ？なんともないみたいだね。そもそも魅了って女性には効かないんじゃないかな。
あら、そうなのね。今まで聞かない理由がやっと分かったな。
Wait,
ありがとう。
how come you didn't piece that
自分の
together?
ことなのにそんなことも知らなかったのかな。間違いなく
Yeah, I
バカな
agree
子
with
みたいだね。
Correct.
私は素直に
She
お
is
礼を言っているのに、あなた
If
たち
she
気
didn't
が
notice
する
that
よ。
until now.
私の悪魔の恐ろしさを見せてあげるわ。
さあやっちゃうよ。任せて。えいや、私の番ね。手伝ってよ。
私かしら。
私か。弱くなれ。行くよ。はじけろ。任せて。
何かおかしいわ。
Yeah, like the poison is gonna help us the most
壊れろ。
because it does take away a good chunk of our HP while we're also doing like little bits of chip damage as well.
くらえ。私の番ね。
Yeah, just do chip damage for now.
私かな。覚悟はいいかな。海に沈め。
何かおかしいわ。これが悪魔の力。
僕だね。
Get provoked.
やるよ。頑張るぞ。どうだ。いや、行くよ。はっめ。任せて。
何かおかしいわ。これが悪魔の力。
It does do a lot. We need to heal up.
使っちゃおっと。私か。捕らえた。私の番ね。僕だね。お願いね。
I do think
バイバイ。
either Claret is gonna kill her with her skill, or the poison is gonna finish her off if she doesn't die from this hit.
覚悟はいいかな。海に沈め。
Oh, never mind.
眠るだけ。
Claret did it. She killed her in
お
one
仕
hit.
置き完了だよ。うぎゅー。もうクラレットちゃんのせいで戦うことになったじゃん。私の料理が冷めちゃうでしょ。ごめんね。相手を挑発してお宝を奪う生活が長かったからついね。でも代わりに話も早く済んだからいいんじゃないかな。アルテちゃんの料理を食べよう。
今のが話し合いだったのか。さくらはあのままでいいのか。
いいんじゃない。動けるようになったら帰るでしょ。それより私が作った料理が先よ。そうそう、ジュエルは細かいこと気にしすぎだよ。今のはきっと拳で話し合ったんだね。
この恨みは忘れないわ。私をバカにするだけでなく放置してご飯を食べるなんて。
みんな、私の料理はどう？おいしい。 ひじはしょっかいね。こんなの食べたことないよ。
なんだこれ、材料はいつもと同じ魚なのに味が違う。これは私も負けを認めざるを得ないぞ。
ジュエルは他にもいっぱい負けてるよね。確かに自信ありげに言うだけある。パルテちゃんすごいね。でしょでしょ。みんなもっと褒めていいよ。私についてきてよかったでしょ。
お腹が鳴る。
ご主人って他にも何か作れるの？他のも食べてみたい。
料理担当はパルテだな。必要な材料があれば私たちに任せろ。どんな珍しいものでも取ってくるぞ。
私もパルテちゃんが料理に困るようなものを探して驚かせてあげようかな。私は料理担当か。もちろんいいよ。料理は得意だから任せて。その代わり秘宝集め頑張ってよ。チュルルルルル。
さあこれを食べるんだぜ。女性がお腹を空かせているなんてよくない。遠慮はいらないんだぜ。
親切なモンスターさん、ありがとう。それに比べてあの方たちはひどいわ。
ちょっとおっと、勝手に食べさせないでよ。そもそもあんたは今までどこ行ってたの？
パルテが料理をしていたみたいだから味見だぜと言って飛びついたんだぜ。そしたらぶっ飛ばされて船の中でずっと倒れていたみたいなんだぜ。
料理に夢中で覚えてないけど、どうせ変なこと考えてたんでしょ。自業自得よ。
本当にやましいことはなかったと思うぜ。そして俺は気を失っていたみたいだが、色化で目覚めて誘われるままここに来たんだぜ。
色かってまさかあの魅了攻撃が効いてたの？私たちには効かないのに離れてたオットンに効くなんてある意味すごいよ。
しかし俺がいない間に可愛いモンムスを寄ってたかっていじめるとは本当に乱暴なやつらだぜ。
いやでも今回は私たち悪くないよ。勝手にロープに引っかかってちょっとバカにしたら襲ってきたんだから。
しっかりバカにしてるんだぜ。俺のように優しく手を差し伸べることがなぜできないんだぜ。
こんな優しいモンスターは初めて。私の魅了も効くし、ご飯はくれるし、気に入ったわ。
I mean, the reason why it works on him is because he's a guy.
また俺の魅力
Your
で
charm
モンムス
doesn't
を
work
虜に
on
し
the
てしま
same
ったぜ。
gender. It's like
俺
Pokemon
も罪
logic.
なモンムスなんだぜ。
Yeah, it's like attract and shit.
それに比べてあなたたちは暴力はまだいいとして、こんなに美味しい料理をお預けとはひどすぎるわ。
お預けのがひどいの？でもあんたちゃっかり食べ終わってるし、食べたなら働いてもらうよ。
ここまでが計算づくの罠。恐ろしい。でもいいでしょう。供物をきっちり3食捧げるならば従うわ。
Girl?
3食ってご飯よね。まあいいか。私のために秘宝を探すならご飯ぐらい好きなだけ食べてくれていいよ。
Wait, so you're telling me that her conditions of her helping us is literally just letting her live with us? You know, just 3 meals a day essentially. We just practically recruited her, even though she's like, actually you didn't recruit me. I only agreed to because you are sorry, I only agreed to help you because you agreed to give me 3 meals a day. It's the same as like, yeah, we're recruiting you. So you're gonna stay with us for life, dude.
契約成立だわ。私に供物を捧げる限り、私はあなたのために秘宝を探すわ。
とうとう俺の魅力に気づいたモンムスが現れたぜ。 サキュラを仲間に入れたのは正解なんだぜ。
3色であんたの相手をしてもらえるなら安いもんよ。さきらちゃんにはおっとん係をしてもらいましょ
俺のために仲間を増やすとは、バルテも俺の重大さが分かっているようだぜ。
う。あんたのためなわけないじゃん。探すついでにあんたの相手をさせるだけでバカだけどいいモンムスってことが分かったからだよ。
俺はいなかったからわからないが、そうなのかお？
それはそうよ。私の料理を美味しそうに食べるモンムスに悪いモンムスはいないの。
そんなことだと思ったんだぜ。しかし悪魔なのに悪くないモンムスってのも変な感じだぜ。
There we go. Let's see more information. Requests. More requests. More requests. Then we can craft more stuff now. Let's see what information we get. Booby training helps one grow stronger, but the chest status affects strengths. Still, everyone should aim to gain the breast they desire. Bigger isn't always necessarily better. True, it's a case of loving thyself. Like, if you want yourself to have small chest, medium chest, or big chest, it's up to you in the context of this game. But at the same time, it is important for people just to love thyself more, because it does help a lot mentally wise. But anyway, hey, we need to turn that in. We get a bunch of side quests. Okay, hold on. Yeah, we can turn this in. Banana boat. Yeah, we can turn this in. How to use eggs. This is the next dungeon. Like, we need to go to the next dungeon, beat the enemies there, and grab stuff from there. That's what they want us to do. This one we can do right now. Same with this one. These are the next enemy dungeons. For exchanging, this is for Jewel only. And this is for the next dungeon, the materials that you see right before you. Good pumped. More stats. Okay. Yeah, we should get that for Jewel. Nothing here. Nothing here. Nothing here. There's events here, but I want to see if this is gonna give us like a little no booty pins to like get. Yeah, these are. I'll tackle those later. Let's do the side quest real quick, where we just had to kill a certain amount of enemies, and then now swap games. You can only ask info on the ship. I mean, I already know how to swap leaders to begin with, so there's no point in it.
任せて。邪魔だよ。弱すぎじゃないかな。
Alright, how many do we need to kill? I need to double check. So 3 of those. 3 of them. Now one more. And once we beat that one up, we need to go to the next part of the dungeon so we can beat up the, I think, the tough enemy, the tough whatever they call it. If I remember correctly, that one is the mushroom like snake enemies. If I remember correctly. It could be that or the perverts. And then one more. And once we beat that one, we will go back to the ship, turn in the quests, save, and then we swap games. I keep forgetting how fast these enemies respawn. Like, sorry, I keep forgetting how fast enemy respawns in this game. Because I remember in my personal save when I was doing like the late game stuff, I was surprised to see some enemies just come back after like, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes of me being in the dungeon, just like kind of wandering around looking for stuff, and then all of a sudden, bam! New, like, they just respawn instantly. Like, every single one that I killed at that dungeon. Like, it was impressive. But yeah, let's go turn it in. In dungeons, you command your leader. The leader can be changed via combatants. Yeah, I know that. Wait, I didn't kill them? I thought I did. Hold on. There we go. And we did it. Save there. There we go. Alright, time to swap games. So we're gonna go to the BRB screen. Turn the switch off. Move some wires. All right. Just need to move you guys in my Windows screen to the second monitor. And then see. Getting things organized.
キュリエイト。バニーガーデン。バニーガーデンへようこそ。こうかな。
Wait, those are the only sizes? Okay. Is there no, like... What's the word I'm looking for? Is there no options to, like, change the frames or anything? Like, you know, make it run a little smoother on my end? I guess I'm just stuck with whatever default setting this has. So let me... this real fast. Why is it not appearing? Bunny Garden, capture specific window. It should appear. Edit readable text. No. Not what I'm looking for. I need to like set it. Wait, hold on. Do I need to do something like
ごちそうさまでした。
get out and then start it back in? Hold on.
キュリエイト。バニーガーデン。
No, it's not appearing. Huh. What about this? Nope. Nope. Not loading. Not capturing. That's weird. Do I need to use a different method instead? Oh, wait. Hold on. Did I do an oopsies? Wait, did I mess something up? Hold on. Oh. Yeah, I did do something wrong. I accidentally made one of the tabs like sorry, I made one of the sources like invisible. So for the longest time I thought I thought it wasn't working, but it was. I just didn't see it. All right, so I just need to like change some just need to change the category. Okay. That looks like it's working. Next, I just need to like quickly download like maybe CGI from the game so we can use it as like the background for this for the stream layout. Let's see. Hold on, guys. Right source. Item. Right source. Bunny. Gordon. Let's see if I'm able to find it. Really? No one ripped the files for this game? Are you kidding me? Um Let me look at this. A bunch of a lot of old PC games, a lot of oh actually wait, I played these growing up. Damn. This is like old time memories. But I'm getting distracted. I'm looking for Bunny Garden. Let's see. Bunny Bunny not Bunny, that's Blood Rain. But I do like the Blood Rain games. But anyway. Um where's Bunny? Where's the U? For like, BU. Because I'm still at the B section. Bubsies, Bubbles. Oh, no Bunny. So no one ripped the files for this. Oh, no, never mind. I found one bunny, but that's not the bunny I'm looking for. Okay, I probably have to do a different method. Hold on. Funny. Bunny Garden game. Wait, does the wiki have it? Curious. Is there a wiki? Bunny Garden, Bunny Garden, the bunny. No, they don't have it. Alright, so I do it. Different method. Bunny Garden. Official. Bunny Garden. Why did I spell Gaiden instead of garden? I've been playing too many Gaiden games. Fire Emblem Gaiden, Ninja Gaiden. I've been playing games with the title Gaiden too much. If I actually just type that. Anyway. Let's see. Where's the hell is it? Wait, where is it? There we go. Put that in there. All right, that's done. And then we need another one for BRB screen. Hold on. No, that's not it. I don't want. Maybe this one. Yeah, this one looks like a nice BRB screen. Nice. Looks cute. I know it's meant to be sexy, but I think it's also cute as well. Yeah, that works. Just put it in there. And then I just need a picture or like the little icon that I like to put on the corner. Hold on. Wait, what's the difference between one's transparent background, the other one's there's no difference to them. I hold on. I'm like trying to figure out the difference. So that one, yeah, that one's transparent. What about this one? Okay, it's like the same picture. They just kind of repeated it twice for some reason. Okay. I guess that's fine. Wait. Oh, it's from the official website. That's why it's that's why there's two of them. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Wait, there's an official website? Wait, I could have just gotten stuff over there. Hold on. I need to go see this website now. Man, I swear, every time I'm like looking for like stuff for my stream layout, I always find like all kinds of funny stuff when I'm just looking for it. But I do like it when you're able to like I guess go and find like the official game website, and they usually have like some kind of special like what they usually have like a special tab where you can usually get like, you know, wallpaper, sometimes like Twitter icon pictures and such. I always like stuff like that. I miss when games did that. Like a lot of old game websites used to do that a lot, but they don't do it anymore, unfortunately, nowadays. It's kind of rare, to be honest. Like, if I'm gonna be blunt. Okay, so it like the same exact picture from what I'm looking at. Yeah, so it is the same. I'm still looking through the website, and it seems like hold on. Contact gallery system, edit. Okay, so it seems like there's no wallpapers that we can get for free, but you're able to like, you know, save an image of the full body art of each of the characters, which I guess that's fine. That's like a fair trade-off. So yeah, just need that real quick. Okay, that works. I swear, I feel like I've seen this artist before. Like, what art have they done? Because it's familiar to me. Hold on. Oh, okay. I know this artist now. They did a couple of both eroge games, but also a decent amount of like games that lean heavily on the fan service side of things. Because I'm like looking at their catalog, and they said like, oh, they did Dual Princess, which I remember was a game that was in the Nintendo eShop until it got delisted because of like what was the reason it got dislisted? I think it got dislisted because they're like, oh, it kind of broke TOS or something around those lines. Even though a lot of people are like, but we have games like Neptunia, like any compile hard game. We have Senran Kagura as well. How did this game break TOS when there's nothing inappropriate in it? And I think it, I'm not sure if it's still back in the eShop or is it just like, you know, straight up delisted forever. Let me see. Yeah, you can only buy it online. I know that it's not available on Steam as well. It got banned there as well for similar reasons, even though I think it's stupid because like Steam has literal porn games and this game isn't a porn game. It's just a very um cool looking roguelike game. Well, card based, well, sorry. It's a card battler roguelike that has really great art, mostly because the artist did a lot of eroges, and the eroges that they did is really well drawn and whatnot. What else did they did? Let's see, Kuro no. Wait, hold on a minute. I think I recognize this. Hold on. Two Kokoro Days. Yeah, I seen this one. I remember, like, yeah, I remember because I saw like meme pictures of this Oroge. I remember this one. Oh my god. No, no. There. Okay, what other? I'm okay. I'm getting too distracted now. I need to focus on the game. I need to like focus on making my stream setup. My bad, guys. It's always like this with me. I always get distracted when I'm like doing like small research, just for me to get like the right images and everything. So yeah. Yeah, that works. And then for the PC, this one here, we're going to change that to the title screen picture. Will it look nice? Hold on. I guess this is okay. This is fine. Yeah, this looks okay. And then for this one, we're gonna change that to character here. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Didn't mean to grab that. Yeah, this works. Alright. Everything looks a-okay in my end. Oh, kind of took me a while, but it's fine. Let's see, what is the time right now? Okay, so hey, let's do this, chat. I'm gonna get myself like a lunch break. So let me maybe give me like, let's try 25-minute lunch break because I do need to like cook it and everything. So yeah, let's try doing that. BRB on 25. All right, let's do that instead. So I'm gonna pin this. Tell you guys that we're gonna do a lunch break. I need to eat. I'm gonna let the game's music play in the background while we're in this BRB screen. And take this as you guys' opportunity for your own long BRB. You get breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Maybe take a quick shower or something. And that's pretty much it. That's all I have to say for a long BRB. So yeah, take care. I'll be back in like 25 minutes. Alright, I'm back. It kind of took me a while to make lunch because I noticed that like the fish that I took out was still a little frozen, so I had to like dip it in I had to put it in water and wait a little bit for it to like defrost since it was like almost nearly done, and then after that I had to like cook it and everything. All right. Okay.
ファニーガーデン
I guess this is fine. I don't think it's too low. High.
バニーガーデンへようこそ
There we go. What am I doing? Why does that sound like me every day? Why they made such a big mistake? I would never do something like that normally. My company fired me. It is what it is. It's not the first time it happened. I'm thankful they hired me in the first place. I have nothing but gratitude for the company. My boss even cried for me when they fired me. He said, I'm sorry that I couldn't help you out. They told me that this company wasn't the right fit for me and that there's other places I should shine. It was nice for them to say that. Is there really somewhere else there? Some place that can take in a fool like me? Why does this sound like a... This sounds like a basic premise for... Well, not basic. It sounds like a premise for like... your typical anime shenanigans, but also more importantly, if you're going to go with a more hero's journey approach, it's like, man, life fucking sucks, dude, and then he gets like some kind of golden ticket or some kind of message from the divine telling him like, hey, you should work in this company. It's where your destiny lies, and that's where your hero's journey begins and shit. Even if I could get another job somewhere else, I would just mess everything up for the people there. Maybe my life is done for. I didn't even think it had started. Time to drink my problems away. I'm sure there's a bar somewhere in this building.
じー
I'm sorry?
もしかしてですけど何か嫌なことがあったって感じですそれでお酒でも飲んで気持ちを切り替えたいなっていう
Are you trying to get me to go into your hostess club?
違います 出勤前に偶然お見かけして気になっちゃったから。すっごく疲れた顔してますよ。人生終わったっていうくらいの。
You might be right.
やっぱり当たった。やった。違う。全然やったじゃない。ごめんなさい。当たってない方が良かったですよね。人生が終わってると思ってるなんて悲しすぎるし。
Yeah, I know.
どうしよう。ここでお誘いしたら本当にキャッチみたいになっちゃう。でもこんなに傷ついている人放っておけないし。
What do you mean?
そうだ、今日は来店しないでもらえばいいんだ。ちらっと中を見てもらうだけとか。うんうん。
I don't know what's going on. Me too, brother.
実は私ここのお店で働いているんです。
I didn't know they opened this kind of a bar here. It's some place where I can drink with girls. I mean, it is technically a hostess club. When you look at the mechanics and everything, it is technically a hostess club. I wanna, like, you ain't pulling wool out of my eyes. I know what it is. I've never been in a shop like this before. It's clean, and the girls are cute. I guess I'll give it a try.
困ります困ります、お客さん。
Huh? So I can't come in?
今日はここまで。ちらっと見るだけでお預けです。入店しちゃったらキャッチになっちゃいますからね。お客さんに入店権利差し上げますので、もしご興味がありましたらまた別の日にご来店お待ちしてます。
Haha. You're so sincere.
人生終わってないですよ。大丈夫。絶対にです。
Huh? Wait, what? I don't know why you say that, lady, but alright. I'll take your word for it.
今少しだけどいい笑顔になれたじゃないです。だから終わってないです。
Thank you.
私待ってますから、このお店で。次にお会いできる機会楽しみに待ってます。それでは失礼します。
What was your deal? It was so strange. You didn't even know me. But I guess I do feel a little better. I'm such a simple guy. I mean, I don't really blame the guy, to be honest. Let's see. Now I don't know if I really want to get drunk and forget everything. I'm just gonna go home. My life isn't over, huh? Wait, what kind of setup this guy has? Oh, it's like, yeah, it's like a cool setup. It's like basic. Like, you can tell like he's an office worker with like all the notes he has on his like monitor. I feel like I kind of did this at one point during like my early years of my job. Mostly because I didn't have like a second monitor. And the only time you probably see me put sticky notes is if I actually went to the job place for like the few occasions I need to go there to get something. Even then, that was like the early days. So yeah. No way. Why would I take something a girl said to me seriously when I don't even know her name? That is true. She didn't introduce herself. She didn't seem to be joking around though. But, you know. I mean, it's not like anyone has ever told me that my life is done. I'm the only one thinking that. If I don't finish it myself, maybe it's still possible to start again. Oh, hello? Sorry for calling you without notice. Sorry, you know how you were saying work was busy and you needed help? Do you still need help? If you like, could you take me? Oh, it's in the day of May. Sorry, it's in the month of May. That was last month. It's been a week since I started my new job. What should I use my money on? That being said, me being positive is all thanks to her. Should I go to that chick's shop? Because the payment is made every Saturday for your new job. Spend it carefully. Oh, that's actually a good amount of money. I guess this is fine. Gambling, vacation, calendar shop, dispatch, album sleep. Okay. I think the shop was here. I'm a bit nervous though. Yeah, the game's kind of glitchy a little. Not glitch. It kind of lagged a bit. That's right. The customer who looks tired. I'm here. That's right. I never been here. Please, I don't know anything, so this will help. Oh, it seems like I should understand, but I don't. I agree. To do that, I have to work hard at my current job. Let's see. That makes sense. I feel like I can work harder if I feel better.
決まりだね。ああ、ごめんなさい。注文聞いてなかったね。はい、どうぞ。こちらメニューになります。
Right. Maybe I'll have a drink.
何飲むの？
Customers must purchase a drink. The pricier the drink would increase your like. Dude, this is literally a hostess club. Or a host club in general. Like, it's both. It's literally both a host and hostess club. Like, the more expensive you spend, the more likely that the hostess or host will be like, ah, I got my sugar daddy or sugar mama. You know, sort of thing. I don't know why I'm hiccuping. I bet you that I know. Well, I know for a fact that the last one is probably like, yeah, it just increases in general. But I bet you that each girl actually has their own preference. So it's like, which one would she like? But also, looking at all these alcohol drinks, if I'm going by like actual real life meat, I feel like out of all these drinks, I would most likely drink either sake or house lemon. I feel like those are the ones I would probably like. Maybe also this one too. Vintage umeshu. Sorry, umeshu. Yeah, because I do have like a bit of a sweet tooth as well. So I would like this as well. Should I just spend like a good chunk of my salary? Sorry, should I just spend my like my paycheck right now with this? I don't think that's a good idea. Let's just drink that. Yeah, this seems fair.
美味しいよね、これ。好きなの。いただきます。
What? Hold on. You can talk to the cast, something might happen. You can give a present to each cast member once a day. Gifts can be purchased from home. You can treat them to food. They might have different preferences for different food. Yeah, that makes sense.
なんだか緊張しちゃうね。やっぱり初めましてのお客さんだもん。ドキドキとワ ワクワクで胸が爆発しちゃいそう。ってダメだよダメだよ、ここはお客さんに癒しを与える場所だもんね。
I don't know if she's playing a role. Like I'm not sure if she's pretending or this is actually what her legitimate personality is. I think she's doing a good job with like her choice of words and like her mannerisms for like for this particular type of a character archetype.
私が緊張してたらお客さんだって落ち着けない。しっかりしろ私。はい、ということでまずはあれをしちゃいましょう。仲良しになるための第一歩。さ、お客さんから張り切ってどうぞ。
The first step. Let's see. Proceed and enjoy the conversation by selecting your preferred answer. There might be some things that affects likability. Choose your words carefully. Oh Lord. Oh God. Okay, so in scenarios like this, I don't think this is appropriate. Unless the girl is the type that doesn't mind it, or guy, if this was like a host club, not a hostess club, but a host club, then I think this is okay. Like, this is fine. It's a little awkward, but it'd be fine. But I don't think we're in that stage yet. I don't think she's the type of person that will be, you know, be like, yeah, sure, you can give me a hug sort of thing. Like, I don't think she's that type of person. I think she's more like either you introduce yourself, so like the kind of normal choice, or like a toast, or you do a toast, which fits into the whole bar setting. I feel like these two are probably like the more likely answers and whatnot. So let's just go with this one.
大正解。せっかくこうして出会えたんだから、まずはそこからだよね。というわけで、お客さんのこと教えてほしいな。
Right. My name is Haito Kanda. Like Haito Kanda. Okay.
ハイトくん。ハイトくんね。ハイトくん。うんうん。ハイトくん。ハイトくん。
You don't need to look at me like that. Wait, is our character kind of tall? Because it kind of looks like she's looking a little upwards, like to see her face. So are we like a bit on the tall side or something?
あ、ごめんね。お名前とお顔を覚えたいなって思って一生懸命頭にインプットしてたの。でももう大丈夫。しっかりお顔もお名前も覚えたから。
Because like here she's looking straight, so that means we're like at eye level. But earlier he says like, hey, can you stop looking at me? Sorry, I don't know why I'm hiccuping. But earlier our guy said like, oh hey, can you stop like staring at me in the face and such. So I'm thinking to myself like, is he like a little, well, sorry, staring at my eyes. So it made me doubt like, oh, maybe he's like a little taller. Like, you know, she has to like look up a little. Oh, no, but here she's just looking straight, like we're at eye level. So I don't know how tall our character is. I don't even... I don't know. I think I'm thinking too much about it. God damn it. Why am I hiccuping? Do I need to get more water or something?
じゃあ次は私の番。私はかなって言います。どんな呼び方でもいいけど、名前は忘れちゃ嫌だよ。
How are the bunnies? Hey, Toya. Long time no see. How are ya? Let me give you a shout out. So far the game's running fine. Earlier it did lag a little bit when like we entered the shop and such, but so far I think it's running a-okay. I just need to see if it runs perfectly well for like other segments of the game, like the mini games and such.
じゃあ次は私の番。私はかなって言います。どんな呼び方でもいいけど、名前は忘れちゃ嫌だよ。
How are the bunnies? Hey, Toya. Long time no see. How are ya? Let me give you a shout out. So far the game's running fine. Earlier it did lag a little bit when like we entered the shop and such, but so far I think it's running a-okay. I just need to see if it runs perfectly well for like other segments of the game, like the mini games and such. There you go. Here's your shout out. But yeah, let's get back to the game. Alright. I'll do my best to match your name to your face then. Kana-chan. Yeah. Kana-chan. Oh.
やだドキドキしちゃうからストップ見つめられる
Thank you. Yeah, no problem, Toya. I always give like a shout out to like anyone that streams. Well, anyone in chat that I know stream. So this is a kind gesture of sorts. It's like, yeah, here you go. Things are good. How about you? Things been fine for my end. I just been like busy for the last like month. Just like with both work life and personal life. Nothing serious. It's just that I just been really busy lately. But because I didn't really have a lot of time to stream because of that. And then eventually within this week I was like, okay, I have like a little bit of free time. So because of that I was like, yeah, I think I can like do a stream. So I decided to do a stream today just to like, you know, to do it. Because it's been a while.
やられてみて初めてわかるってやつだね勉強になったなそれじゃあもっとハイトくんのお話を聞かせてほしいな
Let's see. I messed up real bad at work recently, and because of the boss fired me. So I've been assisting a friend at his work ever since.
それは大変だったね私が同じ立場だったらご飯も喉を通らないくらい落ち込むかも想像しかできないけどとてもショックだよねよしわかった私ハイトくんが少しでも早く立ち直れるようにたくさん頑張っちゃうからせめてここにいる時にはハイトくんがいっぱい笑顔になれるように
Well, that's sweet of you, lady.
これからよろしくねハイトくんハイトくんもう少しお酒を用意する私まだハイトくんとお話ししたいな
Would you like to extend? Let's see, I already spent 10,000 yen. Do I want to spend more to talk to her? I feel like since this is the tutorial period, I think it's fine for me to spend some money so we get to know more of the mechanics. So like, sure.
ありがとうもう帰っちゃうのかと思ったよ何飲むの
What would you like to drink? Wait, I have to spend more money if I extended? Are you shitting me? Oh my lord. 私も何か飲みたいな Let's see, we already started drinking like heavy alcohol content drink. So I think it's better for us to like kind of cleanse it with something a little more lighter.
美味しいよねこれ好きなのいただきます
Let's see, what kind of food do they serve here? Edamame, yeah, that's like a classic choice. You know, it's something that you would snack on while drinking alcohol. That is a classic choice. French fries, yeah, also a really good choice too. Salami, oh, yeah, definitely. Cheese salami, you know, have some wine with it. Yeah, that definitely hits hard. Salad, I don't think I ever ate a salad while drinking. I ate stuff like this, but not this. Candy, it kind of depends. I think it really depends in that scenario. See. Agilo, wait, Agilo? Wait, what is this food? I never ate this before. What is this? Ajillo. Oh, it's a Spanish dish. I don't know Spanish, so I probably butchered that pronunciation. Let's see. It's a... Oh, okay, so it's like... Okay, so it kind of reminds me of like Vietnamese curry, where you have this like you see here, like you have essentially like, you know, the curry or the stew, but this one is like has shrimp with the oil and spices and garlic. This one they have broccoli in it, and then you have the bread that you dip into it and such. It's like Vietnamese curry. Wait, like it's similar concept. It's like a similar concept. We have like the curry, and then you have the Vietnamese bread to like dip it into the curry, and that's how you eat it. Yeah, it's like the same. Yeah, that's the same thing then, huh? But this is like a Spanish dish, so I wonder how this one's different. And I'm like looking at it like online right now, and it seems like people do eat this with alcohol. So I'm assuming that it probably enhances the flavor or something. Let's see, pizza. I don't think I ever drunk alcohol with pizza, so that's like out of my ballpark. Parfait with alcohol? I'm not sure about that. Sushi with alcohol? Oh hell yeah! Sushi with alcohol? That shit hits hard. Like if you like, how do I word it? I did drunk stuff like sake with like sushi and shit. That was amazing. I fucking love that. Like that one's awesome too. I remember drinking some like, okay, one time I did have shoju with sushi, but the soju I picked was like lime flavor, and honestly, that was great when I like kind of drunk it while eating some like pickled ginger with some wasabi and whatnot. Like that honestly hit really hard. That tastes really good. Let's see, assorted fruit. I don't think I'm ever the type of person that will get this. I don't think I'll ever like buy this. I don't even know if the fruit that they use to like assort it is even fresh. So it's kind of like in a category for me. Was this keep talking? Because I feel like it's better to get to know her since it's the tutorial phrase. And I don't think we're like hungry at the moment. If we were to eat, then I'll probably eat like maybe this as like a light snack, or this if I'm like, you know, eating this with like wine. Like if like the drink that we pick like beforehand was wine, then I think I would eat that with this, since it does match well together. You're staring at me again.
ごめんね。なんだろう、私気になると見つめちゃうのが癖なのかな。
Don't tell me I have bad hair or something.
そうじゃなくて、ハイトくん、初めてお見かけした時から思ってたけど、なんか優しい感じがする。
Really? I don't know if I am.
まだ出会えてからそんなに時間が経ってないから、あくまで第一印象だけどね。でも、ハイトくん優しい感じがする。私の第一印象って結構当たるんだよ。特に目。ハイトくん目が優しいよ。
Stare. G.
見つめ返すのは反則。恥ずかしくなっちゃうでしょ。ハイトくん、もう少しお酒を用意する？ 私まだハイト君とお話ししたいな。
Hmm. Hmm. Should I spend more money? Am I gonna fall into the hostess slash host trap, where they pretty much make you spend tons of money on them, and you end up going like, damn, I spend like my entire paycheck in that place. I'm gonna go there again next time. Oh, I don't know why I hiccuped so hard at that point. I was trying to laugh.
嬉しい。もう少しお店にいてくれるんだ。何飲むの？
A drink? Same
私も。
same thing before, but I want to eat.
これ美味しい。いただきます。
Let's eat this with it. I think it matches what's happening.
美味しいよねこれ。好きなの。あ、聞こえた？聞こえたよね。正直に言って聞いたよね。
Yeah, I did kind of heard it as well.
やっぱり聞こえてた。だってお腹減ったんだもん。仕方ないでしょ。
It sounds like it came from your stomach. I forgot to read that.
家に帰ったら今日は何を食べようかな。
Are you planning on buying something on your way home, or are you going to cook?
どっちだと思う？あ、どうせならクイズにしよっか。私は自炊派でしょうか？お弁当を買って帰る派でしょうか？それとも外食派でしょうか？ヒントはね、私は食べるのが好き。特にお米が大好き。白米だけでもいけちゃうタイプ。
Okay, so with a hint like that, it is most likely she would.
確かにそうかも。でもほら、いいから答えてみて。
I feel like that's not much of a hint. I do feel like it is kind of a hint, because think about it. If the girl likes eating rice, just strictly only rice, then think about it. She gives us 3 options. One is that she cooks more often, buying pre-made stuff, or does she go out to eat? If she's only liking to eat rice and just eats plain old rice with no like salt or spices or anything, just plain old regular rice, then I don't think she cooks that often. It's either that or she's a college student that does not have any money. Those are literally the only options. If you're like, yeah, I'm able to eat plain old rice for an entire meal. That is the only time you would do that. Is if you're a college student, you don't have money. And whatnot. Like, sure, you can argue like, oh, maybe she's lazy and shit. I'm like, that too, but most of the time, this is mostly when someone's like, you know, they don't have any money, so they only eat plain rice. They don't go out to get groceries. So, I don't think she cooks often. I don't think she eats out. Because it's kind of weird if you go out to eat and that the only thing you order is like plain old rice. Like that's the only thing you buy. Like you go to like a fancy sushi restaurant and you're like sorry, and the menu is like, oh hey, you can like get this 50 sashimi roll and whatnot, or like, oh, this like 10 fuck, I'm trying to remember what type of sushi I usually get. You like, oh, get 50 pieces of sashimi, or maybe 20 rolls of futu. Fuck, what was it called? It was Nigiri, yeah. So like I don't know, like a couple rolls of nigiri. Well, not rolls. A couple of nigiri. Like maybe shrimp, some salmon, maybe tuna, maybe albacore and whatnot. You know, stuff like that. Or maybe like those special rolls where they add like a bunch of sauce in it. I know that's like an American thing, but like that is that's like some things that people would do with sushi. Eat like those like, you know, oh, dragon roll or California roll, which I don't even see as real sushi, by the way. Hey, but anyway, you know, etc., etc. Like it'd be weird if you go to a sushi restaurant with all those menus, with all those options, and you just go like, hey, can I just get a plain bowl of rice? Like that doesn't make sense. So I feel like she would just eat pre-made food, because I feel like if you're just eating plain old rice, then yeah, you can just like buy a bento box in the supermarket, and then I don't know, you probably save it, just eat some stuff, and then leave the rice by itself. Like, you know, you save it for like tomorrow. I don't know why I'm like talking like a fucking broke ass college student. I mean, I kind of did that back then, but still, oh, like that's kind of like what I think. I know I'm like kind of going to huge ass stretches just try to figure out the answer. I'm pretty sure the answer is simplistic, but I don't know. I'm like digging too hard about it, and I think it's kind of tripping me up, so I just need to think about it a little. Why is this harder than I expected? I'm like digging really hard about this. I don't want to like get this wrong. I think you buy it.
正解。お腹が空きすぎてるときはお弁当買っちゃうよ。こだわり？ご飯大盛りかな。
Are you kidding me? Come on. This girl literally made me stress over her answers. And it turns out all of them is correct. Come on.
その時々の気分によって自炊もするし、お弁当も買うし、外食もするよ。
What was the point of this quiz? Yeah, I agree with you, man. She literally made me think too hard.
面白くなかった？しかも不正解がないんだよ。こんな良心的なクイズは他ではちょっと出せませんよ。
When you say it like that, I guess it's pretty fun.
はーい、ハイトくんの笑顔をいただいちゃいました。クイズを出した甲斐があったな。
When it gets so late, I guess I'll head back soon. Okay, it wasn't that bad. It was not that bad. If you can please the cast members in the shop, they will see you out in a good mood when you leave. Haito's send-off is more motivated to work and earn higher salary for 1 week. High motivation for work can lead to a raise and an increase in base salary.
今日はありがとう。またね。
Yes, thank you for today. It was such a nice place. The customer service was great. Maybe I'll go there for the time being. Okay, so it goes from May to September. Gotcha. Dude, this shit is expensive. What the heck? It's kind of pricey, not gonna lie. Should I buy stuff or no? Well, she likes food, so we can buy one of that. You can gamble up to 10 times per day. Of course, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Keep your fingers crossed and keep taking on the challenge. Would you like to gamble? Grrr. Wait, what? I lost some money? I can't tell if you win something or you lose. So all those animations are losing, okay. What's the winning one then? Oh, so there's no animations that tell you if you win or lose something. Okay. I kind of wish there was a way to tell if you are winning the gamble or you're losing the gamble. Like, see, that one was different. Like, there was no eye shine. See, there was an eye shine on the eye shine on the left eye, and it tells us that we won. What does double eyes mean? Okay, so double eyes, and if it turns red, that means you lose. I think that's what it's supposed to be. No. Wait, what's the difference between the eyes then? Okay. No, this one means we lost. Then how can you tell if you win then? Okay, so this one we won. Is there really like no sign to tell if you win or lose? You just have to pray to the RNG gods that if you win or not. Oh, come on, game. I would love if there was some kind of method to, like, you know, tell the player like, oh hey, you won or you lost, instead of just like, you know, different animations every now and then. But yeah, it seems like the game is working. So I would say this is like a good place for me to end. Because I did notice like, oh okay, I've been streaming for quite some time. And I do need to like get ready for like stuff I need to do for tomorrow. So I do need to like, you know, shower early and go to bed a little earlier than usual and whatnot. So yeah, I'll say this is like a good place for me to end. So yeah, like this is the end of stream, guys. Thank you for like watching me as always. I do appreciate you all. I will do my usual things to my goodbyes. And when it comes to the schedule, I'll let you guys know on the about page on my Twitter, and I will do like a YouTube community post for like my VOD channel to tell you guys when I'm available to do another stream. But I can tell you right now where, let's see, next week I do have some free time. So I'll try to do a stream on Tuesday. So June 16th. Not June 16th. June 9th. There you go, June 9th. I have some free time there. So yeah. So the next stream will be at June 9th. I will let you guys I will put like in the about page and also on the YouTube community post like, oh hey, like the next stream will be on June 9th, Tuesday. And when at the usual time of 11 a.m. PST time. So yeah. That's all I have to like say. So yeah, time for me to do my usual thanks and my goodbyes to you all. So thank you all for watching me. I do appreciate you all. Those have been lurking, I appreciate the support. You guys are cool. Those have been chatting with me, I enjoy the conversations we have. Today's conversations, pretty great. I was able to like interact with people I haven't seen in quite some time, especially since I haven't been streaming for quite some time. And whatnot, even though I do visit you guys' streams, although I tend to lurk. I forget I like talk sometimes. I've just been a bit busy lately. But yeah, I do appreciate I'm able to like interact with you guys again. I do miss talking to y'all. So yeah, thank you as always. I do appreciate you all. So now that I'm done with my thanks, time for me to say my goodbyes. So have a good day. Have a good night. Have a good afternoon, whatever time it is on your side of the world. This is Final Muzu saying goodbye. Goodbye.